Okay, I think I'll get started. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10 a.m. As many of you know, the governor has recently signed Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E5 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the October 20, 2022 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everybody that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you're speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. I want to also provide guidance quickly to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who requested to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as the public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by the staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to please be mindful of their presentation length and to please stay on point in a concise and efficient manner so as to respect the time of all in attendance. Out of respect for others, speakers should please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. Please attempt to refrain from repeating comments that have been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted and removed from the virtual hearing session. I would like to take a moment to welcome 2 new members to the Chicago Plan Commission. Joining us are Claudette Soto and Danielle Tillman, both of whom were selected to join the Plan Commission and then affirmed for the role by the City Council in September. With that introduction, we will now move on to roll call. Welcome both. Commissioner Barclay. I'm not hearing a yes. Commissioner Biaggi.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett. Not here yet. Commissioner Cox.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores here. Commissioner Garza.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Lightfoot. Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Not here yet. Commissioner Novara. Not here yet. Commissioner Osterman. Not here. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes. Not here. Commissioner Soto.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposato. Not here. Commissioner Tillman.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney. Not here. Commissioner Villegas? Not here. And Commissioner Wagensback? I know he's on the call, but he may not be able to speak. So we'll come back to him.
He just unmuted, Chairwoman.
Okay. Commissioner Wagensback? Would you like to confirm your attendance? And we can't hear you yet. Okay. We can
Yeah.
see you. Okay,
Yeah,
great, thank you. Great. We will now approve the minutes from the September 15, 2022 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on September 15, 2022?
Motion from Biagi.
Motion
Seconded,
by
Garza.
Biagi, second by Garza. Thank you. We will now roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Not here yet. Okay. Commissioner Biagi, motion. Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Not here yet. Okay. Commissioner Cox?
Here.
Is that a yes for the minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
I abstain.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. We can hear you now.
Oh,
Thank you. Motion passes. We will now take public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. We have received speaking forms from just one individual for several items, Mr. Butler Adams. He signed up to speak on items D4 and then on items D5 and D6 together. Mr. Adams, are you ready to speak?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your time. So I'm going to speak on D4 first. I believe that is the 301 to 325 South Green Street.
That's
So I
correct.
have, yeah, so I followed this project for a while. So I saw it when it came before the Committee on Design, and I saw it when it had this public meeting, and I'm seeing it now. And I certainly like the height and the density, but I'm not a fan of the evolution of the architecture. To me, it's looking much more disjointed than it did initially in its first iterations, like on February 10th and I think May 5th. It looks a lot more cohesive as it moves along. The current design just looks a little bit more disjointed. I know they're trying to bring the tower to the ground, but that also breaks up the cohesiveness of the base and towers transition itself. Personally, I like the second one the best, where it stresses the most verticality. That's on May 5th. So, you know, that's just my personal opinion. I think the current design, and I've seen this developer before, this is Mr. Golub. So he's done a lot of stuff in Streeterville, and personally, this kind of reminds me of the building he did not too long ago called Moment in Streeterville. I know it's a different architect, but looks very similar to that design. And that's all I have for this right now. I'm loving the verticality that I'm seeing finally creeping into the West Loop and, of course, Fulton Market. And I do hope that the city and aldermen are considering expanding that expanded central area. I know this has really nothing to do with this project, but I'd like to see that include IMD as well as the United Center. But in terms of this project, it's not bad, but I like the second design, the second version, a lot better. It stressed that verticality and seemed much more together. This one just seems more, like I said before, separated and disjointed. But we'll see what you all say when you come on. I know the same developer is doing 123 Randolph, not too far away in the West Loop as well. So if you can hear my voice, please don't change that too much. That was on the committee of design very recently as well. And I heard those comments. So let's encourage great and dynamic architecture. Personally, I'm just tired of seeing things watered down, and this version of this design for 301 South Green seems more watered down than some of the earlier versions, but that's all I have for this one. Thank you for your time on that.
Thank you. Would you like to just go on to items D5 and D6?
Sure. There are a lot of addresses. For the record, my name is Butler Adams. This is for the kind of, I think they're calling it NOMA. This is the Shapack development. So we have no renderings right now. We're just doing kind of a massing version. And again, I'm liking how I'm seeing development and density creep west and northwest along the river corridor. I know the river corridor had this transition a few years ago. I can't remember the name of the thing right now, but things are creeping north and west. In terms of this project, it has a lot of potential. They're going with a kind of cool design, I think, for the main tower, which is going to be about 620 feet tall. I do hope the city is more giving in terms of height variances. Do remember, this is part of the expanded area. I think it's technically going to be a D district when you change the zoning. There's no height limit in D districts. So let's not, hold developers and architects back, what they can also do with height along with that density. I hope that the city is looking at this whole corridor, north and south. If you all think about it, to the north, you're going to have Halstead Point that was approved last year. That's going to have about 2,700 apartments. Moving south, you're going to have Bally's. That PD, I think, is going to have about 6,000 units when it comes to fruition. You're gonna have 700 Chicago. That's gonna have at least, I'm guessing, 2,000 apartments. And this project right here, which is gonna have about 2,270. So let's think about how all that density is going to be moving north and south along Halstead as well. There's a lot going on. I know the casino project is going to be coming along in the next few months. I really do implore the city really think about adding that bridge at Erie Street. And for this particular project and looking at all these projects in cohesion in terms of circulation, personally, I think it's a good idea to extend Desplaines Street further north to Erie Street. That would help circulation for the entire area, not for only this project, for when the casino comes along as well. I know this project is a few years out. This developer has a lot on his plate right now, but I like what I'm seeing. And I would just like for everyone to encourage great architecture and the amount of density that which we're seeing. This is a way to repopulate the city. So bringing down the FAR for the casino site, I think, is silly. For this project, it's moving forward. So we're talking over 10,000 units for all these projects combined. So I'm gonna have fun for 20 years. I give architecture tours on the river. We turn around at Grand. I'm gonna say, let's go north now so I can talk about this stuff. I'm gonna have a lot of fun. So thank you for your time. 10 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to make public comments at this time? Please raise your hand in the Zoom window and we will call your name in the order that they appear. I'll give that a few seconds.
And Chairwoman, just a reminder that phone call dialers can press *9 to raise their hand in Zoom.
Perfect, thank you. Are you seeing any hands raised?
I don't see any hand raised.
No.
Chairwoman.
Okay. Okay, I think then we'll move on to the next item. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve item number 1 and 11 under the disposition heading, item number 12 under the negotiated sale heading, and items 13 through 15 under the TIF plan update heading? Do I have a motion?
So moved, Biagi.
Thank you. Motion by BIG, second by
Commissioner Brookfield.
Commissioner
Chairwoman,
Barfield?
real quick, I just want to make
Yes.
one quick correction. 1
Yeah.
through 11. 1 through 11. So it's
Oh,
inclusive
so it's
of all
not
items.
1 and 11. Okay, so
Sorry.
do you want me to read that again or?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay,
I think we just need to
perfect.
correct it on the record.
Okay, thank you. So we will now roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi was the motion. Thank you. And Commissioner Brumfield was the second. Thank you. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Escareño,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza,
Sorry
You
about the
have to
delay. Yes, yes.
thank
yeah,
you. We hear you,
yeah,
thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tillman,
Yes.
thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback, did not hear.
He's got a
response.
thumbs up in the camera. We'll
Okay,
take that
okay,
as a
thank
yes.
you.
And then Chairwoman, sorry, Commissioner Murphy is in attendance now too.
In attendance, okay. Commissioner Murphy, Murphy, do you want to vote on this one?
Yes, I was back for it, for the whole item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Okay. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item on the agenda is D1, a proposed amendment to institution plan development number 783, submitted by the applicant, Alderman Howard B. Brookins Jr. of the 21st Ward on behalf of the Board of Education for the City of Chicago for property generally located at 8147 South Vincent's Avenue, Simeon Career Academy, and 8134-8158 South Vincent's Avenue, 442 through 454 West 82nd Street, 460 through 504 West 82nd Street, 8133 through 8141 South Normal Avenue. The applicants are proposing to rezone the site from its current M1-1 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District, RS-3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District, and Institutional Plan Development number 783, IPD number 783, designations to an RT-4 Residential, 2-flat, Townhouse, and Multi-Unit District, and then to Institutional Plan Development number 783, sorry, as amended in order to expand the boundaries and permit the use of a driver's ed facility within the Simeon Career Academy campus. The driver's education facility will be located across the street from the school building on vacant land. No other changes are proposed to IPD number 783. And this is in the 21st Ward. Patrick Brutus will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Patrick Brutus with the Department of Planning and Development. With me are representatives of the Board of Education. And if additional clarity or input is needed, Scott Borstein of Neal and Leroy, who represents the Board of Education, is also here to provide additional details. The proposed amendment to Institutional Plan Development number 783 seeks to incorporate multiple parcels exclusively owned by both the Board of Education as well as the City of Chicago, which are located roughly on the 8100 block of South Vincennes and Normal Avenues, and incorporate those sites into Institutional Plan Development number 783. The subject sites are in the Chatham community area on the city's south side. Demographic snapshot of the area is included here. The Chatham community has over 30,000 residents as shown. Also, this project is located within the boundaries of the City of Chicago's Southeast Planning Region. The subject sites on Vincennes and Normal are situated on Vincennes Avenue across the street and to the west from the campus of Simeon Career Academy. There are vacant industrial parcels to the south which abut 82nd Street and residential properties to the north of the subject site. The subject site also is in close proximity to the aforementioned campus of the Simeon Career Academy, which is directly across the street to the west, as shown. The applicant has filed this amendment to Institutional Plan Development number 783 to incorporate the subject parcels on Vincennes and Normal into the PD for construction of permitted uses such as educational and recreational facilities, including a driver's education and office accessory parking. To recap, the applicant proposes to expand the project's development boundary around Simeon School's main campus to include the west vacant lots across the street on the South Vincennes and Normal. The lot is currently used as a driver's education course, but lacks paving, striping, and landscaping, which will be built under the proposed plans currently in review. No new parking is proposed or to be removed in the lot, so overall accessory parking count will not change. The applicant does not anticipate nor is contemplating that any of the parcels outside of the lots identified as part of this amendment will be acquired by the board or the city of Chicago and incorporated into this amendment in the future. Now I would like to pass it on to Scott Borstein with Neil and Leroy to go over the details of the proposed amendment. Good morning, Scott.
Thanks, Patrick, Commissioner Flores, and other members of the Plan Commission. Scott Borstein with the Law Office of Neil and Leroy, here on behalf of the Chicago Board of Education. I'm going to turn it over to our engineer of record, Chad Hooper, to go through the actual plans in quick detail here, because this is a very straightforward project. As Patrick mentioned, the school is really already using this area kind of as a makeshift area for the driver's ed kind of track, but now it's going to be formalized. And of course, as everybody knows, when you add land to an existing plan development, you have to amend it. And that's why we're here before you today, because we're adding this land formally into the boundaries of the PD. One other thing is that, the project was, and the application was introduced by Alderman Brookins. And I believe Carla from his staff is here on the hearing to testify in support if that's needed. But with that, I will turn it over to Chad Hooper, who can go through the rest of the slides here.
Hi, good morning. Chad Hooper with David Mason and Associates. We're the architect engineer record over for the Chicago Public Schools project that we're speaking of today. So as Scott mentioned, the vacant lot west of the school property is the one that we're improving. Probably next slide. Zoning map. Obviously, the boundaries that we're representing are showing the full PD encompassed around the parking lot as well, or the proposed parking lot. Next slide. And again, just without this is the topographic boundary and survey, or this would be the boundary survey, not the topographic survey, which also includes the west lot across from the school. Next slide. And this is an overall view of, again, both the Simeon High School and then the proposed improvements on the west, which is going to be a parking lot or a driver's ed facility with striping and landscaping. Next slide. And this is an enlarged view of that west lot, showing the detail of what's actually happening. We're providing a new driveway construction on the northeast side. From that point, that's the entry to the driver's ed facility. There's a bunch of striping for all the driver's ed facility teachings, and then on the north side there's a vehicle stacking, which is also fenced in. And then with this includes all the right-of-way landscaping, and then also internal landscaping for the parcels that are owned by Board of Education. And this is your overall landscaping plan as well. all the way around the school perimeter and also including our improvements on the west side. And then this is also just an enlarged version of the west side of our improvements, showing the detail of the landscaping, trees and shrubs, and all the areas of improvement that we're incorporating.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, for the recommendation. Thank you. To conclude, the zoning administrator has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed amendment to institutional plan development number 783 would be appropriate for the site for the following reasons. It is consistent with the character of the area due to other rezonings. It is compatible with surrounding zoning. Any and all future improvements to the site would require compliance with the design guidelines and regulations of the established plan development and site plan review and approval by the department. The project meets the purpose and criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance, and its adoption would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Based on the foregoing, Madam Chair, it is the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for a amendment to the PD be approved, and that the recommendation to the City Council on zoning landmarks and building standards be passage recommended as amended. That concludes my report. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today.
Thank you, Patrick. Do the commissioners have any questions of Patrick or the applicant?
I do. I had a question on 82nd Street. Is that being improved? Because I didn't see any curbs or gutters.
I'll allow the developers team to speak to that.
No, that is currently not being included as part of the scope for this project.
Is there a reason why it's not being included? Because from what I see right now, it's really not even a street. There's no, accessible routes. What happens if the kids or the parents are parking along there in order to get to their activity?
Thanks, Commissioner. This is Scott Borstein again from Neal and Leroy. The project, of course, was reviewed by the Chicago Department of Transportation, and everybody was aware of the condition of 82nd, but there was no, requirement to do anything to it at this time. So, I mean, there's room for, I guess we don't really expect a lot of people to be parking around here. The kids will come from school and there's parking across the street at the school. Although it is open to other CPS students, but so in any event, based on the review of CDOT, this is the plan that we, arrived at.
Yeah, and I can add to this, Commissioner Biaggi from CDOT. So there are a few improvements in terms of, for example, eliminating a curb cut. That's always good for the pedestrian realm. We try to reduce those. There's also a crossover with an existing refuge island on 82nd Street. So that's also some of the improvements. Again, this is a smaller project. It's our understanding is it's largely confined to classroom-oriented driver's ed. So it's not a typical active parking lot in that nature. It didn't require a traffic study in that regard. So.
Thank you for the clarifications. I'll just go on the record as growing up on the south side, whenever there is an improvement, it's important to have a holistic approach and addressing all issues that the students will see on a daily basis. It goes to the pride of the community, and I just wanted to express that.
Thank you, Commissioner Soto, for your comment. Are there any other comments from any commissioners?
No, but Commissioner Burnett, just want to be counted as being here.
Welcome, Commissioner. And I know the applicant mentioned that we have somebody from Alderman Brookins' staff here to speak on behalf of this item.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yes, my name is Carla Glover. I serve as the Chief of Staff to 21st Ward Alderman Brookins. And Alderman Brookins extends his full support in this project, regarding this project.
Thank you, Carla. Are there any additional comments from the commissioners? Okay, I don't believe we have any more.
Chairwoman Commissioner Tunney has his hand raised.
Okay. Did not see that. You want to go ahead, Commissioner Tunney? And we still can't hear you if you're trying to speak.
Chairwoman, he just joined. I think he was raising his hand to be promoted. But
Okay.
I'll also
So,
just say for the record, Madam Chair, that we have a letter on file from the Alderman as well as the testimony from the Chief of Staff.
Perfect, thank you. So then with that, I think I'll go ahead and go on to a motion for this. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to institutional plan development number 783 submitted by the applicant Alderman Howard B. Brookins Jr. of the 21st Ward on behalf of the Board of Education for the City of Chicago for property generally located at 8147 South Vincent's Avenue, commonly known as the Simeon Career Academy, finding that it meets requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Barfield.
Motion by Commissioner Burnfield. Do I have a second?
Second by Tunney.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. Okay. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox. Well,
Yes.
I should go back and say that we had a motion from Commissioner Brumfield. And then Commissioner Cox is a yes. Commissioner Burnett, I didn't mean to
Yes.
skip you. Thank you. Commissioner Escareño,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tillman,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tunney,
Yes, and make sure I'm for the roll call also.
yes, we had you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wagensback,
Yes.
thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
The next item on the agenda is D2, a proposed amendment to residential business plan development 1377, submitted by A45 West Madison Street owner LLC for the property generally located at 833 through 855 West Madison Street, 832 through 854 West Monroe Street, and 2 through 40 South Green Street. The applicant proposes to amend residential business plan development to permit the following additional uses: animal services except boarding or kennel, financial services except payday, title, secured loan, store, or pawn shop, medical services, personal services, postal service, repair or laundry service, and sports and recreation, participant or indoor. No other changes to residential business plan development 1377 are proposed. And this is in the 27th Ward. Josh Sun will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. I just want to confirm that you can see my screen and hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Josh.
Great. For the record, my name is Josh Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed amendment to PD 1377 is generally located at 845 West Madison Street and is located within the near west side area, community area within the 27th Ward. As previously mentioned, the applicant is 845 West Madison Street owner LLC. The request is being submitted as an amendment to Plan Development 1377 pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago Zoning Ordinance Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the amendment seeks to add the following uses. As Chairwoman Flores has mentioned, the remainder of the plan development will remain with no other changes. The subject site is located in the central Central Planning Region in the near West Side community area, which had a population of about 68,000 people in 2020. The largest age cohort at 41.2% of the area, where those were aged 20 to 34, followed by a 21% share of those aged 35 to 49. This aerial depicts the site in relation to its current zoning surroundings. PD 1377 is located in a dense urban environment surrounded by a mix of uses such as commercial, retail, residential, and some office. This aerial illustrates PD 1377's proximity to the Kennedy to the east side and the Eisenhower to the south with general context. The next two slides show the perspective at Peoria and Monroe, the location of a new cafe on the southwest corner. Here's a pedestrian perspective of the same corner. And the proposed additional uses would be located at this corner of the building of the PD, which is on the northeast corner. And with that, I will hand over the presentation to Carol Stubblefield, who is representing the applicant team.
Thanks, Josh. Good morning, Chairwoman Flores and members of the commission. For the record, Carol Stubblefield with the law firm of Neal and Leroy. Office is located at 20 South Clark, here on behalf of the John Buck Company. With me today is Dominic Aducci from the Buck Company and Joe Fisher from GREC Architects. As Josh mentioned, this is a technical amendment to include various DX, downtown district permitted uses in the existing plan development. These uses will not change the footprint of the existing building, traffic flow patterns, or increase the flow of traffic from the existing uses approved in the original plan development. This project has a full support of the community and the aldermen. And I believe Dominic Aducci is in attendance today from the Buck Company to make some just some remarks regarding the existing project and the proposed uses for leasing opportunities. Dominic?
Yes, thank you, Carol. Dominic Aducci, for the record, Managing Director, Development at the John Buck Company, part of the applicant entity. And I just am here to say that the project has been very successful in terms of our residential rent up and our involvement with the community from the very beginning with the public space and the park and so forth has been excellent. And I appreciate very much this consideration. And we've met with community groups and have the support of them and Alderman Burnett. And the reason for this change is simply the evolving market for retail type spaces in Chicago, which I'm sure is not a new story for you, but the original constraints or the use categories that were provided here really are just not viable given the current macro market for retail. We had intended that they would be primarily food and beverage in the original plan development, and that just has not come to bear here. So largely the spaces that were designated as retail are empty, despite the success with the rental of the residential project. And again, as Carol said, no physical change. We're expanding the uses to respond, asking for your help in expanding the uses to respond to the current market conditions. The primary use here that has spurred this is a walk-in medical facility that would be operated by Rush, with whom we are in ongoing negotiations for a lease. And that would occupy the space here you see in turquoise. With that, I'd like to turn it over back to Carol to go on.
Oh, yeah, great. Thank you so much, Dominic. Actually, let's hand it over to Joe from GREC Architects. We've got 2 floor plans that Joe can walk us through, and then we'll turn it back over to Josh. So Joe, can you walk us through these 2 floor plans? Or not, Dominic, maybe. Joe.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Now we
Okay.
can, yes.
Great, thank you. There he is. Hello? Nope, can't hear you. Dominic, do you want to just, it is pretty straightforward. There's no changes to, like we said, to the existing building, to the floor plan. We've met with the mayor's office for people with disabilities. They have reviewed the floor plan layout and have approved it. And so you can see that tenant space at the corner of the building in gray. And so that is, as Dominic said, the area of focus for getting that medical service as a permitted use so that Rush can provide that service to the surrounding community. That really does conclude our presentation today, and we respectfully request your approval of this matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we've concluded that the proposed amendment would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed change to PD 1377 to accommodate the additional uses as permitted is consistent with other zoning both adjacent to this site and in the immediate area. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood per zoning code 17-8-0103, as evidenced by the design of the project and the fact that the proposed uses are in context with the character of the adjacent properties and meet the needs of the immediate community. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend Plans Development 1377 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff for the applicant for this item? Not seeing any hands. I did have a question. I know we have a possible tenant with Rush on the bigger retail space. Are there any other possible tenants for the other two spaces that are called as I think it's dental office and vet services?
Yeah, this is Dominic again from the John Buck Company. There are no other development, no other prospective tenants that are as far along as Rush. The interest in those spaces, however, has been primarily in some of these other use categories. And this diagram that's up on the screen right now is really just to show primarily that these are the spaces that would still be available after the Rush based on your approval. So retail C and B are still going to be marketed among the whole list of acceptable as amended uses.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Alderman Burnett, would you like to make a statement for this item?
Yeah. So they met with the community, myself, everyone's in full support of it. So I asked for the committee support. Of course, as the commissioner and the alderman, I had to recuse myself from voting.
Understood. So I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So we'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development 1377 submitted by A45 West Madison Street Owner LLC for the property generally located at 833 through 855 West Madison Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So move, Piñeiro.
Thank you. Motion by Piñeiro. Second, do I have a second?
Wagaspack.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Recusal, Chairwoman.
Recuse. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
That was a yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Wagensback?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is item D3. A proposed residential plan development submitted by DK Chestnut LLC for the property generally located at 330 West Chestnut Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from C1-5 Neighborhood Commercial District to DX-5 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to a residential plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 9-story, 115-foot tall building with 129 residential units, ground floor commercial space, 80 bicycle parking spaces, and 11 accessory vehicular parking spaces. A 2.55 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 7.55. And this is also in the 27th ward. Josh Sun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning again, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Josh Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 330 West Chestnut Street and is located within the near North Side community area within the 27th ward. The applicant, DK Chestnut LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a residential business plan development at the subject site. This request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago Zoning Ordinance Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that plan development review and approval is required for any development that seeks to utilize the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus. The subject site is located in the central planning region in the near North Side community area, which had a population of just over 105,000 people, with 70% of the population being one-person households. The site is located near the 66 Chicago bus route and within the 2,640 feet of the Chicago Avenue CTA Brown Line and Purple L station. These aerials show the proposed site looking northwest on the left and looking southeast on the right. At the pedestrian level, these images show the existing conditions looking north on Orleans, southeast at Orleans and Locust intersections, east down Chestnut, across the street, looking west on Chestnut, up the alleyway from Chestnut, and then looking south from Locust. This slide shows that the proposal can be seen in context with existing and proposed buildings, which gives an idea of the density in the area. Looking east on the left side and looking northwest on the right side. And with that, I will hand over the presentation to Rich Clotter, who is representing the applicant team. Thanks.
Thank you, Josh. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Plan Commission. For the record, Rich Clowder and Katie Jenke Dale from DLA Piper, representing the developer and affiliate of Draper and Kramer. With us today are Gordon Ziegenhagen, Senior Vice President at Draper and Kramer, and Adam Berkelhamer, Associate Principal at Fitzgerald Architects. As noted on this slide, the project received a robust and very favorable review by the community. The neighborhood organization Near North Unity Program hosted 2 community meetings and issued a letter of support after a near unanimous vote by their membership. In addition, the project evolved based on thoughtful feedback by DPD and CDOT to include additional setbacks and more multi-bedroom units, as well as additional bike spaces and fewer parking spaces given the proximity to public transit. I would now like to turn the presentation over to Adam to walk you through the site plan and elevations. Adam, if you're there, please take it away.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Let's go to the next slide, please. Here's a view looking from the corner of Chestnut and Orleans at the building as proposed. The scale and the proportioning were looking both at the newer buildings in the neighborhood as well as some of the historic buildings for some cues. Next. As seen from the east looking more west, north, northwest, that there's two sides of the building, the side that faces the loop and the other side that faces Orleans. Detail around the base of the building showing a public space that we created along Chestnut to give some relief along the sidewalk. It's creating some public space as well as opportunity for an art installation. This runs through some of the data. It's a similar image that you've already seen. You can keep going. This talks about the space that we created, about how we broke down the massing, how we worked with the planning department to move from where we started on the left to where we are on the right. Just shows the overall site plan in context. You can see our building as it relates to the L tracks, Orleans and Chestnut. Zooming in on the ground floor, all the parking and loading accessed off the alley, the lobby off of Chestnut, with some active space all along Orleans and Chestnut. Typical floor plan showing the unit mix. And a roof deck with mechanical spaces. This calls out the materials, the attention we paid to rich details to respect the neighborhood that we're part of and try and be a good contributor. Again, more materials called out. Same again. And I just want to note that the north facade has got on the property line a large opportunity for an art installation, and we'd like to work with the community on that. It seems like a nice opportunity. In our discussions with the planning department, we really dug into the details, and we wanted to make sure that this was a very rich, finely detailed building, and this is how we demonstrated that. This shows our plan to meet sustainability goals. We also paid close attention to design excellence goal guidelines from the city, as well as plan development standards and how we were meeting those things.
And I'll pick up where Adam left off. Again, Rich Clowder from DLA Piper for the record. This project will make, in addition to a meaningful aesthetic contribution to the neighborhood, a significant financial impact to the neighborhood and to the city. Draper and Kramer has a terrific track record when it comes to leveraging minority and women-owned trades and other service providers, and notably, the developer will be fulfilling the ARO by providing all 20% of the required affordable units on site. I'll now turn it back over to Josh to wrap up.
Thanks, Rich.
All right. Have a good one.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed plan development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed plan development is a unified development per 17-8-0102 as evidenced by the program of the project. The proposed plan development promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood per 17-8-0103 as evidenced by the design of the project and the fact that the proposed uses will meet the needs of the community. And the proposed plan development promotes a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project per 17-8-0104 as evidenced by the design of the project. The project further meets the purpose and criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance, and its adoption would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Per 17-130308-B, the proposed development is appropriate because of significant changes in the character of the area due to public facility capacity, other rezonings, or growth and development trends. Per 17-13-0308-C, the proposed development is compatible with nearby mixed-use developments and post-industrial developments in terms of land use, as well as the density and scale of the physical structure. Per 17-13-0308-E, The public infrastructure facilities and city services will be adequate to serve the proposed development at the time of occupancy, and the project will comply with the requirements for access in case of fire and other emergencies. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Commissioner Cox, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I just wanted to comment on the opportunity for public art that was shown on the slide. It's a multi-story, so a pretty significant surface. And I don't know if the development team knows exactly how to work with DCASE that has, already kind of a vetted list of Chicago-based artists that could be available to them. So I guess I'm asking Josh Sun if they could be in direct connection with the developer to DCASE, because they need not go out and try to figure this out themselves. DCASE has a way to facilitate them finding the Chicago-based talent to work, because this is like a pretty major commission if you think about the scale of this project. And I would just, hope that they would take advantage of the fact that we have a department that could help that become a really signature piece of public art.
Commissioner, it's Rich Clowder. If I could comment, we have already opened up the line of communication with DCASE, and we are also involving the local neighborhood organization. And I was in touch with them just earlier this week. So we are familiar with the process. We would love the support and involvement of DPD as well. So rest assured, we will attend to those concerns and comments.
Great, thank you so much on it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Not seeing any more hands raised. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential plan development? Actually, yes. Alderman Burnett, would you like to make a statement?
Yeah, of course, I have to recuse myself. But I just want to say they did meet with the community organization. We had a community meeting. The community is in support of it. I'm hoping that they would have their contractor joint contract with a minority contractor, and they commit to hiring people from the neighborhood. I think this is a beautiful project. I support it, and the community support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
I believe Alderman Tunney might have his hand up. Chairwoman.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Just a question. I actually like the contrast on the brick. I think it's attractive. The question I had though is, tell me, I heard art space, I heard community space, but what about, I was a little concerned that there's only 10 permanent jobs on this thing. I know it was 150 on construction.
Alderman
What's the commercial use, if any?
Yeah, we haven't programmed the ground floor yet. It could be a coffee house, it could be a small restaurant. It's about 2,600 square feet. So obviously, those would be additional jobs, but we are trying to make sure that we have very active space on the ground floor. So our numbers were conservative, but obviously they would grow depending on who that tenant ultimately winds up being.
And Rich, is this, for practical purposes, a viable corner for commercial?
We believe so, yes. If you'd like, Gordon Ziegenhagen from Draper and Kramer can address that, but I think it's been premature to look out for tenants at this point. until we know that we've got the approvals and can actually proceed with the project, but
Okay, we don't need it. That was the thing that kind of stuck out at me a little bit. The other thing is, I know we're minimizing the parking, but is it only 11 parking spaces for how many units?
11 parking spaces, of which 3 or 4 will be EV.
And I know I'm assuming it's transit oriented.
Yes, very much
Okay.
so.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. Would anybody else like to make a comment? Okay. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential plan development submitted by DK Chestnut LLC for the property generally located at 330 West Chestnut Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Brumfield.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Do I have a second?
Second, Biagi.
Thank you, Commissioner Biaggi. I will now roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. And I have a recusal for Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
Is a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is D4, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 301 South Green LLC for the property generally located at 301 through 323 South Green Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from DS-3 Downtown Service District to DX-7 Downtown Mixed Use District, then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 36-story, 404-foot tall building containing 362 residential units, 256 bicycle parking spaces, 128 accessory vehicular parking spaces, 2 loading berths, and retail, commercial, and accessory uses on the ground floor. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.5. This is also in the 27th ward. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good morning, Chairwoman and members of the Commission. I'm Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant before you today proposes to rezone the site from DS3, that's a downtown service district, to DX7, a downtown mixed-use district, then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 36-story building with a total height of 404 feet, containing 362 residential units, 256 bicycles parking spaces, 128 accessory vehicle parking spaces, 2 loading berths, and ground floor retail. A 4.5 FAR floor area ratio bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.5. 301 South Green Street is located on the southeast corner of West Jackson Boulevard and South Green Street in the near West Side community area of the 27th Ward. This is an active portion of the West Loop that is proximate to retail. It borders Greektown to the east. The Byrne interchange is situated to the southeast, which is, of course, the junction of the Dan Ryan, the Kennedy, the Eisenhower Expressways, and Ida B. Wells Drive. And the UIC campus is situated immediately south across the Eisenhower Expressway. According to CMAP data from 2020, the population of the Near West Side has increased by 35% over the past 2 decades, with 41% of the residents between the ages of 20 to 34. Over a third of these households do not have vehicles. If you look in the lower left-hand corner of the slide, you'll see the site currently exists with a surface parking lot, as well as a 2-story masonry construction and a single story at the immediate south portion of the site. Quickly to walk you through, this would be the view looking north along Green Street. This is the view, again, looking northeast along Green Street, looking east along Green Street, moving down to the middle center or bottom, looking south along Jackson, and then finally looking west along Jackson Boulevard. The pedestrian entry holds the corner of Jackson and Green, and the loading and parking entries are situated at the southern portion of the site along Green Street. As a transit served location, the site is situated within 1,000 feet of the CTA's Halsted Street Blue Line CTA stop, as well as within steps from the Halsted Street bus, as well as the Jackson Boulevard bus. The project does propose a parking reduction from 253 parking spaces to 128 spaces. The proposed zoning of the site from DS3 to DX7 is consistent with the surrounding zoning in the area, which primarily ranges from DX5 to DX10. As was previously stated, a 4.5 bonus will be taken, resulting in an overall FAR of 11.5 for the plan development. The proposed use of the bonus is consistent with DPD's policies, and additionally, the proposed residential use is compatible with the surrounding residential and commercial land uses that are found in the area. The prevailing plans for the area include the West Loop Design Guidelines from 2014 and the Central Area Action Plan from 2009. These establish the goals of creating high quality, high density development with active ground floor uses in this portion of the loop. The plans also encourage taller and thinner building designs to allow for greater solar access within the public realm. And additionally, taller buildings oriented toward the expressway to frame the expressway corridor. The proposal before you supports these objectives. This 36-story building is shown in context with the building heights of the existing and recently approved developments in the area. And as previously mentioned, its general massing is consistent with city plans, which encourage tall, thin buildings along the expressway corridor. This is a rendered view of the corner of the site at Jackson and Green. The tower expression in this location is brought down to the corner where the residential entryway is prominently sited. A leasing office will occupy the northeast portion of the site along Jackson Boulevard. And you can see the leasing office over to the left side of the screen. This shows how the Jackson frontage and the podium scale and materiality is intended to be contextual with the buildings, the masonry buildings existing in the neighborhood. This is a rendered view that shows the frontage along Jackson. I do want to note that this project was presented to the Committee on Design in April. In response to the committee's comments, the public realm of this project has been enhanced by pushing the building footprint back from the property line, both along Jackson and along Green Street, to provide maximum sidewalk widths of 20 and 15 feet respectively, and to accommodate additional landscape planters along these frontages. Additionally, a retail space with a potential outdoor seating area was added to the program of the building to provide an active presence along South Green Street and the western portion of the site. Now I will turn the presentation over to Jack George, who represents the applicant. Mr. George?
Is there somebody else from the team that can present this portion?
Chris Leach, are you available?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
Can you? Yes, I'm sorry.
wonderful.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the commission. My name is John George, and I'm the attorney that's representing this project. With me this morning are Mr. Lee Golub and Mr. Larry Debb, who are the developers of the project. And also, we have two of the representatives from the architectural firm who will be representing and talking about this particular project, as well as a traffic engineer. On page 13 of our project, you'll see that it gives the timetable for this project. We originally filed this in July the 20th of 2022. As Heidi indicated, this is a matter that is going before the design committee of the Department of Planning and Development. The first meeting we had was on April the 13th, 2022. And as you can see, we had 4 subsequent meetings with the design committee review group regarding this project, and the architectural provisions of this project that you'll see today include all of the revisions and recommendations that we have received from the Committee on Design Review of the Department of Planning and Development. In addition, we took this matter to the community and outreach with them. We had our first meeting with the West Central Association on April the 19th. After that, we had a meeting with the Greektown SSA meeting on April the 28th. We had a community meeting with the aldermen in the community on July the 11th. We had another meeting with the neighbors of the West Loop on May the 9th. And we had another meeting on July the 25th, which was with the 812 Van Buren Condominium Association. So we vetted this project with the community as much as possible so that we could get their input, as well as the Committee on Design's input. And I will now turn it over to the architects, and they can go through the various architectural details of the subject site. So Ivan or John, whoever's going to go with it, would you please start your presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, and please
Yes.
state your name and association for the record.
Yes, I'm Vladimir Andreevich. I'm the design principal. The 4 slides, the 4 images that you see here represent the evolution of the design from the first presentation that we did for DPD Bakery on the left-hand side, all the way to the current design on the right-hand side. And just briefly, the whole design was the bulk of the building, and the height was pretty much that stayed the same through the design process.
I think Vlad's breaking up. Hi, I'm Lee Golub, developer of this project. Did Vlad go away?
I think so. I think we lost him. Would you like to?
Well, I just wanted to say at this moment in time, hopefully he'll get back on and do the presentation, or someone else can get his
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I do want to say that on behalf of Larry Debb and his organization and Golub and Company, this was the first project that we worked on with the Department of Planning and the Committee on Design. And I do want to say that the process we enjoyed the process. It was iterative, it was collaborative amongst all the parties. And the final result that we're showing here today, we are extremely happy with. Unlike, unfortunately, what Mr. Adams testified earlier, that he liked an earlier progression of the design. But I just want to go on record as saying that we were happy with the process and thoroughly enjoyed it, and are satisfied with where we are today with what we are presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Golub.
Go ahead, Vlad. You can go forward now, Vlad.
I believe he's frozen again.
John, are you on? one of the architects. John, are you on? Can you go forward with the presentation, John?
So can you guys hear me? This is Vladimir H. I apologize. My internet connection went down for a second.
Go ahead, we can hear you again.
Okay. So the plan that you see is the ground floor plan. It's as Heidi explained, everything that's shown in blue, yellow, and pink color is the active use around at the corner of two streets, Jackson Boulevard and the Green Street. And then you can see that all the services are at the southwest corner of the building. Next slide. The second and third floor are reserved for the parking of the building. And then you can see in this salmon color, that's the tenant storage for the residents. Next slide. The fourth floor is the full amenity program. The northwest portion of the site where the tower footprint is, that's the enclosed amenities. And then you can see the green area is the open deck with a landscaped roof and the terrace that's dedicated for the outdoor amenities for the residents. And we also have a 2,500 square foot dog run as part of the program there. And then from level 5 all the way to level 35, those are typical residential floors with either 12 or 11 units per floor. Next slide. Thank you. And then this is the larger, the 11 unit footprint is on floors 26 to 35. And on the top level 36, we have the outdoor deck facing south, some of the amenity programs overlooking the skyline, and then some mechanical space necessary for the building. Next slide, please. This exhibit illustrates our intent to various roof levels of the building. Next slide. In terms of the materiality of the building, the building has this plated envelope that enhances the verticality of the building, and we thought that the best material and best skin for the building is to go with the glassy aluminum storefront system. I'm sorry, aluminum frame window system that would enhance the form of the building, and that's for the overall portion of the tower. Looking at the base of the building, we picked up on the materials and language from the neighborhood with the brick as a major solid material, and then have a glassy transparent.
I think we're losing him again. Do we have more slides for that portion?
Sure. This is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. Vlad, may I suggest that you turn off your camera? You may have a stronger connection. Let me continue along with the presentation. We're looking at the south and east elevations of the building. Again, with the glassy expression along the south and east elevations of the tower, and the podium picking up the brick veneer to be reflective of the materials found in the adjacent neighborhood. This is a section of the building, again, showing the parking podium with an overall height of 41 feet. We have 3 levels of parking, a 4th level amenity, and then apartments situated up to 36, where the 36th floor is reserved for mechanicals and amenities. This is a detail of the proposed window system of the tower's facade. Again, a fritted spandrel glass reinforces the verticality of the bands as they rise Up the tower, there is a glazed slab edge cover and a transparent window wall system. Additionally, we've mentioned this previously, the base is covered in a veneer of brick with active uses fronting Green Street. In terms of the traffic and transportation, I do know that the team has the traffic consultant on the line. I would like to suggest that perhaps a member of the team speak to that.
Yes, I can. This is Jack George. I'll be glad to speak to it. We did submit, of course, a traffic study with the Department of Planning and Development, the Chicago Department of Transportation. We received their comments. We responded to those comments that we were complying with them, and we have received the approved stamp approval from the Chicago Department of Transportation, understanding that it is conditioned on our compliance with all of the suggestions that they have made, which we have agreed to. So that's with respect to the traffic study. Ivan, are you on back yet? Back, or Heidi, do you want to pick it up or on the urban massing?
Sure. In terms of the vision of the massing, as we said, the West Loop design guidelines and the Central Area Action Plan definitely do focus and place precedent on establishing a tall or slender tower to maximize the solar exposure at the ground level. You can see how this building has been sculpted to achieve just that. Again, the height we feel is appropriate given the overall proximity to the expressway corridors. As the design and massing progressed, the tower was sculpted to add some visual interest, creating a carve out at roughly the 4th level and a rooftop penthouse at the 36th level. Additionally, substantial landscaping has been provided, as I alluded to previously. As a result of the comments of the Committee on Design, this design team did push back their floor plan building footprint to maximize the sidewalk space along Green Street as well as along Jackson, achieving public right-of-way of 15 feet in width at Jackson and 20 feet in width at Green, and incorporating additional landscape planters to accommodate their required tree counts. These are some precedent images of the design skin, the skin of the tower. Some precedent images of the podium materiality and scale. This project will achieve 100 points as proposed with a compliance pathway that includes such things as achieving 2 green globes, providing a green roof, EV charging stations, and bird protection. This project as proposed does meet the stormwater requirements set forth by the city. Additionally, the project will provide 73 ARO units on site. Jack, I don't know if you have specific additional comments that you'd like to make regarding the ARO.
No, other than the fact that we are providing all of the units on site. There's a mixture of 40% studios, 40% 1-bedrooms, and 20% 2-bedrooms. And our matrix also shows how those will be spread throughout the building. The last item that we would like to talk about are the public benefits that are derived as the result of this project. The project cost of this project is $166 million. There will be a creation of 300 to 400 construction jobs, 25 permanent jobs. As I said, 73 affordable units on site. The neighborhood opportunity bonus is $3,257,790.40. The annual real estate taxes that are projected to be received as a result of this project are $2 million a year. As with all projects that we do for Lee Golub and Larry Deb, we will be complying fully with the MBE and WBE participation goals of 26 for MBE, 6 for the WBE, and 50% hiring. We would like to thank Heidi, especially in light of her extra work this morning, and also the Department of Planning and Development for all the time and energy they have given to this project. It's a complicated project. We had the opportunity of taking this project to the Design Review Committee, and it was an experience that we were really benefited by, and we really appreciate the efforts of the department for this project. With that, I would turn it back to you, Heidi, for DPD recommendations.
Thank you, Jack. Heidi Sperry for the record with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by this applicant and has concluded that the proposed residential business plan development is first compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of its use, density, and building scale. The project will adequately be served by existing public infrastructure and public transit. The project is compatible with the surrounding zoning. Therefore, based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application for residential business plan development be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. I do want to go on record saying that we have two letters on this item, one from NOWL with concerns about this development, and then another one from WCA in support for this project. And I believe that's been provided to everybody on the commission. Commissioner Biaggi, would you like to make a statement, and followed by Commissioner Lyons?
Great, thank you. So, our conditional approval, which I think came as soon as yesterday, is contingent on something that does not appear in the drawings. If you look at the double bay on Green Street, that shows two entrances and exits for parking and loading. What we've asked is that can be combined into one single driveway for both loading and for pedestrian and for parking access. And why that's important, obviously, is when we're thinking about the pedestrian realm, we want as few curb cuts as possible, as few opportunities for people to encounter vehicles. And so we appreciate that the developer is on board with that. Again, our conditional approval is largely contingent on making sure that that happens. So obviously there wasn't enough time on the drawing, so I just wanted to be on the record with that.
Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Biaggi. Would anybody from the development team like to just confirm that that's going to be reflected?
Sure, this is Jack George again. Yes, I sent an email yesterday confirming that and indicating that the condition that Commissioner Biaggi just talked about is one that we have agreed to.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lyons?
Thank you. And just, forgive me, I did not see the letters that you referred to, Chair, from the neighborhood organizations. Would it be possible?
Chairwoman, sorry, Commissioner Lyons, this is Noah. Yeah, they just came in over the last 2 days. So normally they would be posted to the website, but because they came in after the 10 a.m. deadline on Wednesday, we did not have a chance to get those on the website. So I just sent them to the chairwoman this morning. I will forward those on to the rest of the commissioners right now.
And if you'd
Thank
like,
you. Thank you. And then just my original question was actually two. One was on if there's any, we've had different folks talk about workforce development and partnering with local community organizations, potentially apprenticeship programs or community-based organizations. So curious about if you could speak to the plans there, specifically what your plans are regarding workforce development, if any. And then in addition to the 25 permanent jobs, if there's anything you can say about what the community can expect.
Lee Golub, do you want to respond to that, please?
Yeah, it's Lee Golub here. As far as the workforce housing, we have not talked about that internally. We own a lot of workforce housing in the city, basically. So we really have not discussed that internally, and we could. We have not talked about it. Relative to 25 jobs, these are basically management leasing positions, engineer positions. We do have retail space that really came out of the meetings with Committee on Design. So there'll probably be 5, 6, 7, permanent jobs in retail space. And that's about it.
Commissioner Lyons, do you have a follow-up
Yes.
question or
sorry.
comment on that?
Yeah, I was actually not referring to workforce housing, though I am interested in hearing about that. But workforce development in terms of, are you creating a pipeline from communities to the jobs that will be created here, either through pre-apprenticeship programs or community-based organizations like Hire 360, for example?
Sorry for the misunderstanding of the question. We will definitely work with our, we have not selected a general contractor here for this yet. We're way early for that, but those types of apprenticeship programs that we're working with on other projects in the city with GCs, and we will definitely make sure that that's part of the program in our discussions and when we interview our GCs and actually select who that will be for this job.
I would just like to add one other point that, as we always do with when we talk with Alderman Burnett on this matter, we gave him this committee that we would meet with people in his ward and try to hire from the community as best we can. And so that was a commitment that we made to him, and we will continue to honor.
And just a clarification, does that mean that you have not started to incorporate any of the MBE, WB participants within this project yet? Or
not yet? Way too early.
We encourage that happens as early as the project started. Obviously, there's firms that can offer services in design and other things that you're already using. So we would want to see some of that participation already started. So
Understood.
we encourage you to do that as soon as you can. Commissioner Tunney, followed by Commissioner Soto.
Yes, just a quick question. There's obviously stunning architecture, but I do want to ask about the parking, the materials on the parking garage and how that affects neighboring buildings, because it looked like it's an afterthought, the masonry on one side of it.
I don't know. Lou, do you want to talk about that?
Is Vlad or is anybody at
Yeah, I
Catch?
can you hear me now?
Right,
Yeah.
here you go. No, previous slide. No, you had it.
Yes, sorry about that. I had some internet issues, but so actually we did start with the podium design that had this brick element that was repeating around the entire podium of the building. So, I mean, to your point that it is an afterthought, actually, that was a primary element that we started with. And then you always have this debate whether it's the podium should prevail the massing of the tower. And working closely with DPD and Committee on Design, we actually felt that it's better for the building to go all the way to the ground. So as you can see here at the corner, that pleated form of the building actually goes all the way to the ground and interlocks with the mass of the podium on two sides. We think compositionally that it actually will work very, very well from the pedestrian experience.
No, I'm not arguing about that or asking. I'm asking about the parking garage wall.
Okay.
Can you highlight that somewhere? I know I saw in your presentation that.
I'll go
Yeah,
to the
John.
rendering.
This particular one?
No, there's another side to it, I think. Unless
Maybe
it,
we go, should we go to the
because
overall elevation?
that front's on Green, is that right? Green.
That's on Green Street, correct. Alderman.
Okay, and then what about the east-west side of it? Yeah,
So
what's that?
the garage.
The one on the left here. No, not that. That's obviously well done, but down where those two pedestrians are, that wall?
Yeah,
He's talking
So-
about the east and the north elevations.
east and yeah. So here we are against the property. We are against the neighboring properties. So those will be a size of the building that will be very close to to the neighboring properties. And the idea here is to use the masonry as the material that would, you're talking about the sides that are not going to be visible essentially. So one is on the east. Yeah.
Right.
So those are the sections.
Right. So the building that's going to face, that's next to this masonry, what does that look like?
It's the back of those.
Man,
buildings.
it sounds like it's, I don't know. You got 3 or 4 floors of just masonry, and what is that? Is that someone else's view out their window?
There's a building that goes against it.
It's
Right.
the back side of the
Backside of the building on Halsted.
Commissioner Tony, there's a building on Halsted which comes right up close to this building here. And that's what we'll be facing it. There's a
Okay.
building on Halsted Street that comes right up flush almost against. our building.
Those are single and 2-story buildings along Halsted Street, I believe. And those are just the back of it.
Okay, which may or may not be there in 10 years, but that's another story. But so though that they're looking out on the, whatever, is it wall to wall? Is it one wall versus another wall, or are there windows? Since they're such small buildings, they're going to look at this 4-story masonry wall.
Vlad, do you
Or
have
are
that?
they not? I don't know. I don't know my geography over there.
Yeah, if we go back to the context images, they might capture some of those, but in most cases, those are the back side. I mean, those buildings have a front facing. Yeah, you can see in some of those.
Is it
Okay, I'm just, you know where I'm going with that.
Right.
You know, that's, you don't want to have a 4-story building that has windows facing this masonry wall, at least for the next number of years. I just thought it could be more,
Yeah.
probably a little bit
Vlad,
more.
what material do we have right now on that backside there?
Masonry,
Masonry? Okay.
right?
Okay.
Can
You know where
someone
you know where I'm going with the comment. So,
Yes, absolutely.
okay.
Can someone with their cursor just point out in the existing conditions what party wall we're talking about? Because I still have not been able to zero in on what the existing surface is that we're talking about. With the cursor, could someone just point it out?
Commissioner, this
Yeah.
is the
So,
location.
so yeah, just
It-
for everybody's clarification. So there is a short portion that's between our property and the neighboring building that's about 10 feet wide, but it's really short. And that's that section here. So our building is pulled back there. Beyond that point, we are, I mean, those properties are against each other. So we pulled back the building in that area here where there is that distance between the buildings. And then beyond that, it's like building in context when you have a.
So just to clarify, we're not talking about a party wall. There is
No,
a
no.
distance. So what's the distance between the two buildings?
From our property line, our building is pushed, I believe, 3 feet inboard. But none of these, if you go to overall elevations, you can see that. Yeah, there you go. So you can see where the property line is. And then you can see how our building is.
So it's not really accessible by anybody, right?
No.
Right, no.
Okay. Any,
But the buildings that it backs up to, are they the back of those buildings? So back on back, you know,
Yes,
that's more my question.
that's back on back.
Right. Yeah.
Back Alderman.
Okay, thank you.
okay, next we have Commissioner Soto, followed by Commissioner Lyons, and then Commissioner Cox.
Just had a question in terms of the developer's track record in meeting or exceeding the minority and women participation, as well as the local hiring of the city of Chicago.
Well, we haven't done a project. Well, the last project we did here was the Tribune. And again, I believe, Jack, you've worked on all of our projects. I believe we've hit or exceeded the MBEWE, and we have not hit on all of our projects the 50% city hiring. That's harder, but I'm almost positive. on the projects we've done over the last 20 years, and Bruce Armstrong's on as well, our head of development, that we have met and hit those goals with our GCs and those requirements. And those goals, some of them were requirements, some of them were goals, but we've always done it. Certainly, we did Block 37. We did it on 1001 South State. We've done a lot of projects in the city through the years, and I believe we've hit those goals.
Commissioner, this is Jack George, and I've had the privilege of representing Lee Golub over the last 30 years. And every time we've been required, is either a goal or a requirement to do MBE and WB, we have hit or exceeded those requirements.
As I said, the city hiring requirement is harder to hit.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lyons?
Thank you. I'm just reviewing the letter from neighbors of the West Loop. Looks like one of the concerns they raised was just general stress on the infrastructure in the area. And it just called my attention to number 3 on DPD recommendations. And I'm wondering if you could just remind me or refresh my memory on the public infrastructure facilities and city services will be adequate to serve the proposed development. Can you refresh me on how that's determined and what we look to make that assessment?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Yes, DPD works in tandem with CDOT to assess the existing infrastructure facilities, as well as understanding from CTA what the level of transit, public transit services to the areas. Throughout our projects, when a developer comes in for intake, that is the point when that collaboration starts and the review and coordination with the various departments continue through the entirety of the process.
Commissioner Lyons, this is Noah. I oversee the plan development process for the city. I just want to add a few levels of other coordination that happens here. So all of these projects, are getting review and are getting visited by the sister agencies. So we send them also to Department of Building through the Stormwater Review Team to get a look. We send them to the Mayor's Office of People with Disabilities so that they get a site plan review for ADA compliance. And we also send them over to the Fire Bureau to make sure that where they're designated their fire safety and emergency response systems is adequate. And that happens also in conjunction with CDOT. So there are and then obviously about our ARO coordination with the Department of Housing. So there are all various city departments that are reviewing these applications as part of the PD process before they arrive on the agenda here today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cox?
Yes, I guess this is a very nuanced, tight site, but I want to appreciate the developers' efforts to kind of expand the public realm, even so slightly, to make those sidewalks more generous, increasing the small retail presence that I think is going to contribute to the dynamism of the ground floor, and working through some of the recommendations from the Committee on Design about the tower. And I actually think that, that all towers now come with a base and they never come to the ground is starting to be a little bit of a cliche and a formula. So I think clarifying the dominance of the tower and allowing it to come to the ground is going to make it a much more distinguished address. So I know it's not always easy to have, architects in the room trying to advise their peers, but I think in this particular case, it has been for the betterment of the overall project. So I guess I appreciated hearing that the developer shares our sense that the project has improved and been enhanced significantly as a result of the collaboration. So again, just thank you. It's really nice to see these subtle and nuanced improvements that I think is going to produce a very, very handsome addition to the skyline. And I know that one of the letters that we received questioned whether it was too tall for the neighborhood. And, you know, I think it's interesting that the John Hancock building is also owned by this development company. I suspect that at the time of its debut, people thought that was too tall. And yet it is an iconic building in its neighborhood. And so the push towards greater height and greater slenderness is not the whim of a developer. It's actually a part of the guidelines that the planning department have been encouraging. And I think Heidi Sperry spoke to that fact. So if the height is you know, creating some heartburn by some folks, I think they should look to the city and the department for you know, encouraging it. It's certainly not simply the developer trying to maximize their investment. This is what we would like to see happen, particularly in this particular corridor. So again, my compliments to the developer and the architectural team for, I think, a job well done.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you,
Cox.
Commissioner.
Any additional comments by the commissioners? If not, would Alderman Burnett like to make a statement on this item? Alderman Burnett, are you still in the meeting? Noah, do you know if we have a letter of support on this from him?
I do not have a written letter. Obviously, he was in the meeting here today, but I know we have his support. Let me see if he had to drop off. I don't see him in the meeting any longer. Yeah, we have his verbal support, Chairwoman, but he had to drop off, and obviously he'll be recusing himself. I have forms for all of his items today.
Okay. So then I think I'm gonna go on for a motion on this one then. Okay. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 301 South Green LLC for the property generally located at 301 through 323 South Green Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Somebody?
So move, Piñeiro.
Thank
Second,
you.
Biagi.
Thank you. I will now roll call vote. Commissioner Biagi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnfield?
Yes.
Thank you. And I have Commissioner Burnett as a recusal. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Wagensback?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Chairwoman, it's Noah. I just wanted to affirm for everyone on the call, Alderman Burnett, Commissioner Burnett did send his support. He's having some
Okay.
internet troubles. He'll be back on as soon as he can.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, looks like he just joined in right now.
Do we want to get a vote from him? Or
Not a vote, he's recusal, but we
Right,
should
he
give
is,
him
okay.
the
So
chance
then
to
the-
speak. Yes,
Okay. And it's too late to speak on the item, right?
he can speak on the item. He's
Yep.
recusing his vote if he wants to give some comments. Alderman, are you there?
Okay. I believe you're still muted, Alderman Burnett.
Yeah, the internet is working bad here in the
Okay.
city council, so I
Okay.
apologize.
We
But,
can hear you now.
All right, great. You gotta excuse me, I'm in the budget hearings, but, they met with 4 community organizations. 3 of them didn't have a problem with them, and 1 did. You know, as you all know, we're going through a remap process. This is in my ward right now. It's not going to be in my ward after the remap. It's going to be in a limbo ward, which is a new ward, which is the 34th ward. You know, with the central area plan that we passed in 2003, it encouraged more density to be in this area, going all the way up to Racine Street to help stabilize the city of Chicago and keep us economically viable in the city. Every resident in the community know of that, although when folks move in areas, they don't want nobody else to move in their area. So I'm in support of it, although it's not going to stay in my ward. So I'm just, you know, being transparent with that. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Alderman. So we already have a motion on this, so I'll go on to the next item. Next 2 items on the agenda will be presented together, but will require 2 motions and subsequently 2 votes at the end. The items are listed on the agenda as D5 and D6. First is a proposed residential business plan development submitted by SA East Owner LLC for the property generally located at 500 through 520 North Des Plaines Street and 509 North Union Street, Union Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from C1-5 Neighborhood Commercial District to a DX-7 Downtown Mixed Use District prior to establishing the residential business plan development to permit the construction of a 2-phase development consisting of 2 subareas. Phase 1, subarea A, to include the rehabilitation of an orange rated building located at 509 North Union Avenue into a boutique hotel with 141 hotel keys with accessory uses. Subarea B will include a multi-story mixed-use building up to 1,110 dwelling units, 145 parking spaces, open space, commercial and retail uses with accessory and incidental uses. A 4.5 floor area ratio bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.5. And this is in the 27th ward as well. The second item is a proposed residential business plan development submitted by MH Building LLC for the property generally located at 708-732 West Hubbard, 456 through 476 North Milwaukee, 461 through 483 North Milwaukee, and 448 through 470 North Union, 449 through 467 North Union. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from an M2-3 Light Industry District and C1-5 Neighborhood Commercial District and to a DX-7 Downtown Mixed Use District prior to establishing the residential business plan development to permit the construction of a multi-phase, a multi-building development consisting of 3 sub-areas up to 1,159 dwelling units, 175 parking spaces, plaza spaces, commercial and retail uses with accessory and incidental uses. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.5. And again, this is in the 27th ward. Fernando Espinosa will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Fernando, are you there? We can't hear you yet.
Who are you calling?
Fernando Espinosa, can you try your audio again?
Fernando, you are unmuted in Zoom, but I think in Zoom you have to select the correct microphone. It should be your headset or something.
Yeah, we still can't hear you.
Now you're muted in Zoom. No, we still cannot hear you. From the little up arrow besides your microphone, try selecting different microphones. Now we hear you.
Yeah, I think we can start hearing you, Fernando.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Right, perfect. Hold on. All right, I had to switch headsets. Give me 1 second.
And we can hear you, so.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you. Apologies for the technical difficulties. For the record, Fernando Espinosa, the Department of Planning. With me today are members of the development team who will be available to answer questions from the commission after today's presentation. The site is located at the West Town community area. And according to CMAP data from 2020, the area has a total population of 87,781 residents with a median age of 32.6. As far as race and ethnicity, approximately 63.2% are white, 21% are Hispanic or Latino, with 6.2% Black and 5.4% Asian, and 4.2% other or multi-race. The predominant community area land use are 23.3% multifamily residential, 5.6% commercial, and 37.1% transportation or other. The project consists of 2 separate planned developments. The sites are generally bounded by West Ohio Street on the north, Northeast Plains on the east, West Hubbard Street on the south, and North Halsted Street on the west. The sites are separated by West Grant Avenue. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are predominantly M2-3, C1-3, and C1-5, and plan developments 1313 and plan development 348. The surrounding land uses for the area are industrial, commercial, and office. The sites are located just due west of the North Branch Framework Plan, but not part of that framework. Now we'll turn the presentation over to Ms. Katie Jakey Dale, who represents the applicant. Katie?
Great. Thank you, Fernando. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper. And along with my colleague, Rich Clowder, we represent the applicant for this matter. I'm joined today by Jeff Shapak, Nick Berger, and Kurt Kleckner from the development team, Shapak Partners. We also have Iran Chen and Michael Unzicker from ODA and Jake Waller from ESA, the project architects. And finally, Louie Abuna from KLOA is on, the traffic consultant. As mentioned, this proposal consists of 2 planned developments, and shown on the screen is the North PD, which, like Fernando mentioned, is surrounded by a mix of office, commercial, residential, and mixed-use properties. Next slide. Here's the South PD, which has a similar mix of surrounding uses. Next. The North PD consists of 2 subareas. The west subarea, subarea A, is the former Salvation Army building, which will be adaptively reused as part of this project. The other subarea will be subject to future site plan approval and a presentation to the Plan Commission. Next. The South PD consists of 3 sub-areas, which will similarly be subject to future site plan approval once the building designs are finalized. Next. And as is the case in all projects in the 27th Ward, this proposal underwent a robust community process in addition to a presentation to the Committee on Design in July. With the help of Neighbors of River West, we convened a number of stakeholder meetings and also held a community-wide meeting co-hosted by Alderman Burnett. As a result of this robust engagement and collaboration with DPD and the community, we made a number of changes to the proposal. I'm now going to turn the presentation over to Iran Chen from ODA to go through those changes and the plan in more detail. Iran?
Thank you, Katie. My name is Iran Chen. I'm the owner of ODA. Very happy to be here. We go next. So the quality of the public realm is the most basic and most important element that shapes our neighborhoods. This project represents an amazing opportunity to not only contribute to the public realm, but help shaping it to be diverse, open, inclusive, and safe. What you see here on the left is a site plan of PD South. As we chose originally to dedicate substantial pieces of the private properties to create a sequence of plazas that are connected both visually and physically, and create a diversified string of active public spaces around that site. In our process and work with DPD, we've consistently continued to improve that, enlarged those public givings even more, and shaped them in a way that would create this quality possible. Next. Here we see a plan of both PDs, the north and the south. On the north side, you can see a corner plaza on West Grand and De Palentis, supported by in orange, a new building, and then on the left of it in red, the use of the Salvation Army building. Each one will create an anchor of pedestrian activity, one at the corner of Grand, and the hotel proposed at the far end of Union Avenue, that then will connect down into PD South with the sequence of these 3 public spaces supported by 3 buildings. Also in green on the right, the railway embankment, which we'd like to, it exists of course, we would like to use to create public art and infuse with landscape. And all the way down at Hubbard, you see the Hubbard Greenway, which is already sort of an active art initiative that we'd like to reinforce and strengthen. Next. So this diagram shows which areas of the public is open, the public plaza are open to the sky and which is covered. We work with DPD hard to create a diversified spaces that would also fit around the different seasons and also different times of the day. Next. So an open space could be only strengthened by the indoor program at the ground floor that supports it. We all know that. We try to create a mix of uses that are linked into those plazas. You can see at the corner of Grand and this Planes is going to be an anchor retail, also an office lobby. And then on the left, with the hotel, we're going to have a hotel lobby, a restaurant, as well as sort of an enclosed passageway that extends the restaurant into an adaptive reuse structure that exists right now. Next. And on the South PD plan, you'll see how on building C on the right, the triangular shaped plaza is supported with a retail anchor and also the wall of the berm of the train. We're going to use it for public art. sort of gathering spaces, event spaces. And that's tilted in a way that would create a view corridor under Building B, also supported by F&B and retail on both sides, to end with another plaza that is meant to strengthen Milwaukee. There's a lot of bike traffic there. And then extending south through the corner plaza, supported by the residential and retail lobby, that opens visually all the way through Hubbard into the green belt. Next. So from that partie, from that ground floor public spaces, we propose to erect 4 towers. The towers are not designed yet. What you see here is a view looking east. On the right side is PD South. On the left side is a single tower on PD North. We'd like the northern tower to be an iconic structure that anchors the development now and in the future. In yellow, you see the approved PD towers that surrounds us. Part built, part not yet. Next. Here's a view looking west. Again, on the left side, the 3 towers on PD South. On the right side, a single tower on PD North. Next. I should say that again, with the work and discussions with DPD, we've placed the towers and also decided, for example, on the north side to create only single tower. We had options of 2 towers, but overall the composition of those are very important to support the general context of the development. As I said, towers are not designed yet. Next. Here is a view looking south. Next. And here I would hand it to Jeff Shapak, who is the developer on the site. Jeff?
Thank you, Iran, and thank you, Chicago Plan Commission. I'm Jeff Shapak. For the record, I'm Jeff Shapak of Shapak Partners, the developer of the project, representing ownership of the project. We are looking at some basically perspectives for reference only, but I think what's important is for me to describe exactly what you're looking at. On the upper right-hand corner of this slide, you're going to see an overall site plan map. It's the site plan you've seen on previous slides. We are at West Hubbard along the Hubbard elevated tracks, which we call the Greenway area, and you're looking directly north across Milwaukee Avenue, which is, of course, an angled hypotenuse street. You're staring across one plaza open to the sky to another plaza open in the sky, and directly to the right of that, which you'll see in another view, you'll be able to see through to Union Avenue. Next, please. You're now looking due southeast on Milwaukee Avenue. On your right-hand side is the plaza you were just looking across from when you were standing on Hubbard in front of the elevated trains. To your left is the outdoor plaza in parcel B on Milwaukee Avenue, but you're seeing through the arcade to Union Avenue. And that's the portion that is covered to get you through to the next block. I think what's really important in this PD, both south and north, but certainly on the south side and the 3 blocks parcels we're looking at of A, B, and C, was working closely with both the Committee on Design and DPD and staff at DPD in order to create connectivity. And that was really a very important piece to this in creating this partie and the connectivity of each of these blocks beyond just having our public right-of-way and sidewalks. How do we create great public realm on the ground floor? Next, please. We're now actually moved on to parcel B's plaza, Milwaukee Avenue, directly in front of us, looking across the plaza on block A, directly towards Fulton Market District. In the distance on the right-hand side, of course, we know the building on the left-hand side in the distance in the loop. And then, of course, the plaza in our foreground. Next, please. We're now back on Hubbard Street. To our left is Milwaukee Avenue. The left-hand side is the plaza for A. B parcel is directly in front of you. You can see the Arcade Muse that cuts through on the right-hand side on Union Avenue, right-hand side of the block, which cuts through the public space on Milwaukee Avenue. On the right-hand side of this slide, you're looking due north on Union Avenue up towards the Ohio Street, what I call the Ohio Street Bridge. It's the Ohio feeder ramp. And then directly on the right is parcel C with outdoor space that you'll see in just one moment. Next, please. We are now on parcel C. We moved up Union Avenue. We're looking southwest, and we're looking directly through the Arcade Muse to Milwaukee Avenue to both that outdoor public space, public realm, as well as the one across the street on block A, or sorry, parcel A of the sub South PD. Next, please. And now we've moved up to Grand Avenue, which is the top part of the South PD. You're looking due south on Union Avenue. Where you're seeing it gets a little bit darker at the trains. That's because Milwaukee Avenue is on an angle and it's cutting through underneath the elevated train. On your left-hand side, you're seeing the embankment that Iran referred to earlier, which is part of Metro Trains embankment on the left, with our outdoor public realm space of parcel C of this South PD. And then on the right-hand side is parcel B to the corner. Next, please. And then lastly, you're at Grand Avenue and Des Plaines. On the corner is the part that we want to draw your attention to, and that is our public realm space, both covered and uncovered. Directly up Des Plaines, you are seeing the Ohio Street Bridge feeder ramp in the distance. And then to your left, you're seeing the other elevated trains that run through the neighborhood on Grand Avenue, which is, we all drive through that. For those of us that drive Grand Avenue often, we drive under that bridge or train embankment often. And that also is Metro Train tracks going by. And that's where Union Avenue is versus we've now moved one block east to Des Plaines. Next, please. I'd like to turn this portion over to Jake Waller at ESA. And before I do, I want to mention that in the North PD, the only portion that's part of phase one is the adaptive reuse of an old building that the Salvation Army has been in for many, many years. It's a beautiful building. It needs a lot of repair, but it is beautiful, and we intend to make it more beautiful. And this project is currently proposed as a very small boutique hotel with food and beverage on the ground floor, the cellar, and other parts of the building. Certain features that I think Jake will touch on would be the water tower, which Salvation Army put significant money into repairing many years ago to make sure it was safe and sound. And it's just an iconic part of Chicago, seeing that water tower from so many views. And in our COD presentation, it was actually Juan Moreno who brought up that with the train going past us, which you can see on the right-hand side of this slide, and the Ohio feeder ramp in both directions, of just how iconic this building is for Chicago and how important it is that we adaptively reuse this building and keep it around for many more generations. Jake?
Yeah, Jake Waller, Principal, Econoff Saunders Architects. Like Jeff said, we're really excited about this project. This particular building dates back to 1891, was originally a margarine factory and then later operated and owned by the Salvation Army. It's an existing 6-story building. One side is timber frame, one side is concrete vault. We're proposing a 2-story, 30,000 square foot addition to that south building. You can barely see here in this rendering. Next image, please. This is a view of the streetscape that we're proposing. Obviously, masonry restoration, and the building is badly in need of it. All new windows, glazing doors, new canopy is being proposed. Next slide. The 1-story building you're seeing here on the left, we believe that building was added in the late 60s, early 70s. It's not of historic significance, but we are proposing that it stay a part of the development, refacing it in a sort of alternate brick veneer tone. And you can see here restored public right-of-way improvements. Next slide. Like Iran said earlier, this is the first floor plan here, lobby, reception, restaurants, different restaurant concepts, commercial kitchen, loading dock with 2 loading berths on the existing alley. Next slide. This is a typical guest room floor, about 26 rooms of varying types and varying features, wrapped around what we were calling kind of micro amenities and the building core and stairs, elevators. Next slide. This is our proposed roof plan. We've got 50% qualifying green roof on this roof, in addition to the mechanical spaces and you know, amenity spaces for hotel guests. A few of the elevations here give you a sense straight on of what this addition will be. We're proposing that it be clad in a complementing metal panel system. The amenity roof deck would be a glass and steel windscreen feature. Next elevation, please. You'll see on the left here, working with DPD and Deanna's team about setting back this addition twice, actually, 10 feet and then 10 feet again for a total of 20, really sort of pushing back this new feature of the building so that it's respectful of that existing facade. Next slide. View from the north here, again, that addition as Jeff mentioned, the keeping of that water tower. View from the alley side here, again, recladding of that 1-story building with mechanical units on top, and then the 2-story addition with elevator overruns and service penthouse for mechanicals on top. Next slide. This is a view from that middle of Grand and Union intersection, looking over the elevated Union Pacific Viaduct. At that 2-story addition, really those 2 setbacks that pay deference to the existing historic facade. We think that's a really important feature, and that is really mindful of height here. Next slide. Another section here showing those 2 setbacks through the building. This is through the timber portion of the building. You can see the 2 additional stories setback, 10 feet 6 and 10 feet again additionally. The amenity roof here set back slightly from the coping of the metal panel system at the very top. Next slide. Relative to the Chicago zoning ordinance, we think this is in substantial compliance with the goals of a lot of the sections, keeping a historic building, improving the right-of-way, setting back the building in addition where it should be set back. I won't go through each one of these, but we do think these are sort of appropriate accommodations and features of the adaptive reuse of this building. The applicant has commissioned a traffic study, and there's been several modifications and mitigation strategies that we've included in that. We won't go through all of these, but the design is still ongoing with CDOT. We've had a lot of back and forth with them, several meetings to finalize some of these, but I think that the traffic report is made available following this meeting. Next slide. Pedestrian orientation and public realm is extremely important to the PD. We've made several efforts at expanding the public realm space to be as inviting, as open as possible. Both open public spaces, covered public spaces, on private, connected to public lands. Next slide. We think this feature of the development across both sites is extremely important. We've included some reference images here that show that design intent. All these future buildings are going to be designed to maximize exposure to natural light. Podiums will be topped with outdoor amenities. Amenities will have indoor and outdoor spaces, many of which we hope will include, health and wellness users. Next slide. Buildings will be of high quality materials. They'll contain sustainable features, materials, as is required by plan development. Next slide. All the future buildings will meet the sustainable development policy of the city. Phase 1 is an adaptive reuse building, and the point structure is a little different there. 50 points total will be achieved for that phase 1 existing building via reduction of energy, reduction of water use, tree planting, green roofs, etc. Next slide. And all future developments will incorporate stormwater mitigation features, including detention, permeable paving, vegetated roofs, among other things. And with the stormwater sustainable site plan, all these features will be reviewed by future site plan review and require approval on an individual basis. I think with that, I'm gonna hand it back over to Katie.
Great. Again, for the record, Katie Jenke Dale. The proposal is subject to the 2021 ARO and is currently planned as all rental. The developer is proposing to fulfill the ARO by providing 20% on-site at the weighted average of 60% AMI. With the maximum unit count proposed, that would result in 454 affordable units all on site. The mixing unit details for these units will be finalized at future site plan approval or review. Next slide. The development team is committed to compliance with the mayoral executive order on M&WB and local hiring during construction, and indeed has a stellar track record with working with Alderman Burnett very closely on other projects in the ward. The project also involves extensive public realm benefits that were previously discussed and are reiterated on this slide. Next slide. And finally, the project will have significant economic benefits to the city. This includes just under 15 million in neighborhood opportunity bonus payments across the 2 PDs and 1,400 estimated construction jobs. That, on behalf of the project team, we appreciate your time and consideration of the proposal and all of the hard work and time from DPD and Fernando Espinoza in particular, CDOT, the alderman, and the community. With that, I'll turn the presentation back over to DPD. Thank you.
Fernando, can you try again?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you.
Fernando, just to let you know, you're a little muffled coming through.
Got it. For the record, Fernando Espinoza with DPD. The department has reviewed the project materials submitted and has concluded its 2 proposed residential business plan developments. One commonly referred to as North and South Ivy meet the following criteria for plant developments. The project meets the purpose and level of material and chapter 70 data sheets to ensure adequate public review and major development proposals. This project has been reviewed by the Mayor's Office of Civil Disabilities, the Chicago Department of Transportation, Chicago Fire Department, and Department of Planning and Development. Additionally, it encourages unified planning and development. The proposal will not have adversely affected nearby developments and is compatible with the base zoning district of DX7. We promote setting economically, beneficial development patterns, and compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. Additionally, all future buildings in Superior B, Wood B, and all future buildings in South B, once designed, will be reviewed by the department's site plan review process and by the design review, and will be required to present the Chicago Plan Commission for a public hearing for a courtesy presentation. Finally, please refer to the development. Excuse me. Please refer to the department staff reports for further details on the proposal. Based on the foregoing, it is a recommendation of the zoning administrator that both applications for both residential business plan developments be approved. If there are recommendations to the city council, committee on zoning, landmark, and building standards, it passes recommended. This concludes the department's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Do the commissioners have any comments or questions of the staff or the team? Commissioner Piñeiro?
Thank you, Chairwoman Flores. Yes, certainly do. Look, this is a project that is very significant in terms of scope and scale, but also I think an important part of this is a word that I think I heard a couple of times from the development team related to connectivity. As I'm looking at kind of the location of this project, you know, it's got some really important features around the fact that it not only is connected within the different components of the project itself, but also is going to probably be adjacent or very close to a fairly important development that's going to take place to the east of this. The whole casino development project to the east, and also to a very busy corridor in Halsted, Grand, Milwaukee corner, and even further to the south, of course, to the important Fulton Market District. So it's an important piece of this puzzle, significant, very impressive in terms of what I've seen so far. But I'd like to hear from either DPD or the development team how, not only from within, but also beyond within, just with the different pieces that are already in the planning phases around it, how the connectivity and integration with what this is going to look like in the next decade, how that's been considered. Some color would be really appreciated, DPD or the development team.
Anyone? Oh, go ahead, Fernando.
No, go ahead, Kate.
I was just going to ask you if you guys wanted to go first or us. And I was going to ask, I think if you go advance the slides to the site plan that shows kind of the connection, and then I'd ask Jeff to kind of talk through the vision, including connecting the site to the art walk that's in progress. I will say, Commissioner, we've structured this PD and the future site plan approval process, including ongoing review by CDOT, to kind of allow for flexibility and accommodation of everything that's going on around this project. That includes updated traffic studies when we come in for the individual buildings, just to make sure we're kind of capturing the current moment in time as the buildings are coming online. But there's been a lot of thought and planning on behalf of the development team in working with the alderman and the department on kind of making sure that we're also connecting into those future developments. So Jeff, if you want, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything on those efforts.
And if I can say maybe a word or two also after Jeff, if you'd like.
Great, thank you, Iran. Jeff Shapak, Shapak Partners for the record. Thank you, Katie. And Commissioner, thank you for the question. We spent significant time after we spent time with COD, we spent significant time with DPD, working with both the commissioner and staff alike to really think through how you would be able to move through this section of the neighborhood, which is why you have all of these public spaces connecting to one another. We're showing the proposal with CDOT of a mid-block crosswalk on Union Avenue, while it's only 2 blocks and it sort of ends at the north and the south as a 2-block street. Obviously, I know that you'll be able to use the street it ends at. It doesn't officially dead end, but it does really cap these two very important blocks within this subsection of the neighborhood. And in doing so, especially on the south portion in the South PD, south of Grand to Hubbard, it's very wide because these are old industrial streets that aren't really used the way they once were, and certainly don't need to be used that way in the future. So CDOT and DPD has supported us on widening the sidewalk portion of the public realm and not having these unused wide streets to take advantage of the ability to walk through and around the neighborhood. We do have the blue line at Grand Avenue, which is a very important key to have transportation, easy access to and from O'Hare Airport, of course, and into the loop itself, changing to other color lines that are at Clark and Lake. And then lastly, to Katie's point, our ability as we come back on each parcel, as we design these parcels and present to the Plan Commission and work with CDOT and DPD on each one, we're able to address ongoing or make ongoing decisions as it relates to each parcel as things around us develop. Obviously, you made reference to the what was known as the Tribune site, then the River District, and now the future site for a casino. Obviously, all of these are very important things. It happens to be north of the Ohio feeder, and that is quasi a bridge. So we're somewhat slightly disconnected from it, but I think we will all be a part of it and benefit from it in terms of what we're doing, in terms of what they're doing, and other proposals that are coming further north of Halsted Street, north of Chicago Avenue. Eran?
Thank you, Jeff. Can we go, Katie, to the bigger view of the site plan that you had before on the screen? I just want to address Commissioner's question. I think it's very interesting that when you look at this entire area from above here, thank you, you'll see that it almost seems like it's surrounded by infrastructure that makes it an island. On the north, you've got Ohio, that kind of bends to Kennedy Expressway, and then on the south, the train lines, and then on the east, the river. And what's interesting is along the river, we know that there's the river development that's going to bring a lot of density and pedestrian activity along the river, which is a lot of parkland. It's beautiful. And we have the Grand intersection, which is the one of the biggest feeder in terms of transportation, and as Jeff was saying. So we believe that Grand, which connects the riverfront development from the east, will become a major pedestrian fairway. And if we create at the heart, exactly where these colors are, a pedestrian activity, that could really be a sort of an address for people both from the east developments and west. Also, with the casino on the north, again, Halsted crossing at the same point at Grand, and also the connection to Fulton Market in the south. And so even though it seems like the infrastructure is disconnecting us, I think actually on a smaller grade, on pedestrian bike level, this would be a major attraction for all of the surrounding developments.
Thank you. And I think, Noah, do you want to add to this discussion?
Yes, I think I want to hit on the points that Commissioner Pinheiro is actually more specifically asking. And then I think Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Biaggi, as they see fit, can fill in the blanks. So yes, we do look at these in sort of a macro scale when we're considering the developments. We are cognizant of where they sit. They're between two large scale city plans. They're between the Fulton Market Innovation District plan and they're between the North Branch Framework plan. So this is nestled between efforts that were made for both of those plans. There are city improvements being made to some of the infrastructure that surrounds this development. There are long-term plans for this development, the casino development, the Ani development north of that, to establish great connections for the Riverwalk being continuous from downtown all the way up to Lincoln Yards, for a potential transit way that might be a future improvement that will offer additional transit services through this general vicinity, for water taxi stops to be added to offer another means of transit up and through this facility. And along with that, considering how density is sited and placed on these plans so that it's least impactful on the lower scale areas. There's a reason why the density is shown on the siting plans the way it is, to be tucked nearest the transit areas, the feeder ramp, the areas that are less impactful. And then all of that is further bolstered what I believe you heard the attorney and the development team mention, which is site plan approval. So as these areas get developed and as certain phases come online, the city will reevaluate as they come in what those transit needs or infrastructure needs are, or what the planning needs are, to guarantee that they're continuing to meet our plans and policies that we set forth and the review criteria. This PD, along with several of the other larger PDs, also contain specific design guidelines so that we know the rough ideas and idioms and ideologies that they'll follow as they move through this process. So I hope that gives you a better macro answer, Commissioner Pinero.
No, that was great. Thank you very much for all that context. That's very helpful to hear. And thank you for the development team as well for your and the architect Aaron for that perspective. I'm actually encouraged to hear. I know that work is being done right now in the Grand Street bridge over the river, and that's encouraging. And of course, the pedestrian infrastructure around that stretch of Grand it sorely needs some work. So I'm hopeful that all of that adds up to kind of the improvement of the general area. So very helpful color from all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comment. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes, actually, a lot of my questions were answered, were primarily around congestion. These are very, very dense areas. But a lot of the questions were answered for me. I think I also just want to highlight that absolutely think these focus areas of walkability within these projects are so important, especially in these congested areas. I know there's a lot of movement of bicycles and traffic. And so because there are natural connections to allow people to walk more freely through these congested areas, those are important elements. So pleased to see that, and also just wanted to call out the importance of continuing to think of affordable housing built within these not only in the areas, but these new areas of growth, to have more diverse communities, and also to ensure that people of diverse economic backgrounds have the ability to have access to the nearby downtown area, all these great amenities that are coming in. So definitely was concerned about the congestion, because I know that just generally this has continued to grow. But I know that with our Commissioner Biaggi and Commissioner Cox, they're being very cognizant of that. But I just want to continue to call out the importance of walkability, greening in these areas where further congestion is happening of buildings and people, because that is so important to just health and wellness and overall community feel. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that you did hear from CDOT on this. Of course, we think every minute of every day about how we can improve the quality of life, not only in a systemic way across multiple neighborhoods in the city, but at that block scale. And so part of the provisions here and part of the thinking that we bring, not only connecting the work that we're already doing, building out capacity, whether it's the casino development, it's going to be building out new streets, frankly, that absorb some of the capacity challenges of the area, but also thinking a very precise way about not just the individual development in front of you today, let's say, but to think about what does circulation look like in addition to what's being proposed in front of us in terms of the sub-areas A, B, and C. So not simply creating a pedestrian realm or a cycling realm that is indifferent to the development on the table, but we're thinking much more broadly, whether it's our work that we're doing, thinking through Fulton Market, we know it's connected to this area, it's connected further north, and even, we think about those longer fingers that stretch out to our different nodes for transit. And so, part of the delivery of these improvements in the pedestrian and cycling and other realms is contingent on these conversations that we do have with developers. And I would say this is one, we have a developer who understands and actually would love to have even more things that I think our grid won't permit. And so we figured out like, where's the right place for a mid-block crossing? How do we make sure that a street like Union, which is frankly, not terribly utilized at the moment, how we can actually make that have the capacity for the right kinds of mobility that work in partnership with the development as proposed. So just wanted to make sure folks know we're thinking a lot about it, not just thinking, we're doing. We're in very close contact with DPD in this regard. And in addition to what we ask developers do, with our Chicago Works program that we announced, that we're going for more local infrastructure dollars to make sure that the city plays its part in addressing some of what a developer cannot do or is outside their scope. So just providing some context, we're paying very close attention and taking action.
Thank you, Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Cox?
Yes, I just wanted to add to this really kind of innovative place that has been found. It feels almost like it's the missing link between Fulton Market and the emerging casino district. And it is bordered by these rather, hard lines like the Hubbard Street and then Ohio feeder. But it is also the assembly of buildings is literally 200 feet from the blue line, which is, I think, quite extraordinary. So the people who will live here will have great access to public transit. And so no new streets required in this effort. Everything has been a found public part of the public infrastructure. And then I would also say that, the amount of public space that is being added to the already really fine-grained network of sidewalks is not to be underestimated. There's probably more public realm being captured and expanded than we typically see in a project of this kind of scale and magnitude. So my hope is that the bicycle way along Hubbard Street will finally get some traction now that there is a place that's being created here. And again, the accessibility to transit will continue to help mediate any concern that we have about excessive car use. And then it's my hope that this will also push, east and begin to determine what the character of the riverfront parcels are, which are a completely different assignment, a different owner, but in order to get to the river and to put pedestrians first, these sites have to become a place. And I think the team has done a real good job in, preserving the character defining elements, but really ratcheting it up in terms of its imageability as a distinct place between Fulton Market and the casino district. I have some other thoughts, but I just wanted to speak to this question about the creating an aggressive pedestrian realm. People in this area will be walking and be walking to transit and walking to the adjacent neighborhoods. It's very different than how we tend to think of some of kind of urban congestion in other parts of the city.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes, I'll keep my comments brief, but just want to commend the team overall, particularly the developer, Jeff Shapek, who always is finding ways to go against, if you will, the kind of hard grid of our urban fabric and finding ways to make the city more porous. I'm particularly interested in seeing how the art walk is going to evolve as well. I know there's a good architect that's working with a very creative developer on this. I just would encourage you as a team just to really think about how we think about public art and how that actually evolves for the art walk itself, particularly for the first phase building for the hotel. But overall, just really excited about this project as a whole. I think that the work that you've done with DPD to kind of relax some of the porousness that was actually in some of the original proposals actually has worked well and has evolved to a really nice, I think, opportunity for this part of the city. So thank you and looking forward to this advancing.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not seeing any more hands raised. Is Alderman Burnett still in the call? Would he want to make a statement?
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
here.
Okay.
Thank you. So first of all, I appreciate all of the questions and the concerns that everyone have. Just to let you all know, this has been going on for a while. This developer is very holistic and working with the community, working with Department of Planning, and being very conscientious of what the city has going on in reference to with the casino. So he actually stepped back for several months in order to allow us to do what we needed to do, what we had going on before he really presented his thing. He worked very closely with the community, added some things and took away some things in reference to his development. Of course, we're excited about him having all of the affordable housing on site. He always worked with minority contractors and hired people from the community. You know, it was shocking. We had a community meeting, had a lot of people there, and I thought that there was going to be a challenge. And I was surprisingly surprised that the community was in full support of it. We didn't have one person that objected to it. As you all may or may not know, this have always been a hidden gem, this community. Back in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, it was a gas fire over here. There was a lot of vacancies. There wasn't a lot of residential over here. So you can say this area has come up from the ashes. And so some of the long-term property owners were very excited to see, in spite of the casino and other people's fears, that development is still happening in this community, that folks are still interested in investing in this neighborhood, that somebody who had a vision over in the West Loop area, in the Fulton Market area, would be willing to put this vision over in this River West area also, and have other visions about what may or may not come to this area. So they were very excited. You know, I mean, it was amazing how they just felt good about this development coming to the area, and about the potential for other things to continue to happen in the area. And that, you know, instead of the casino being a potential damper on them, that is actually an enhancer of the property. And I can see, even with the affordable housing, that some of the folks who may be working over in the casino may be living in some of these properties. And a lot of folks may or may not know that the Grand Avenue L stop is probably one of the most used L stops in the city, simply because folks take that train in order to get off and go to the highest tourist attraction in the city, which is Navy Pier. So this is very exciting. Jeff always adds a lot of public art, a lot of public space. He adds amenities to his developments that he shares with everyone. So I think I'm excited about this. The community organization, the Neighbors of River West, supports it. I support it. All of the adjacent property owners around this development support it. I asked for the committee support. Of course, being on the, of course, I have to recuse myself as a commissioner and the alderman. So, but we support this and our community support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Commissioner Cox, would you like to add a comment?
Yeah, I mean, actually, Alderman Burnett really made me think of a few things. One, I have to commend him for shepherding this project through public process. It's very, very rare that we see something of this importance that doesn't come with you know, a lot of pushback and opposition. And I think that's probably a testament to both the developer, the architecture team, but it's certainly merit of the alderman. So congratulations on that front. I actually think that these two PDs taken together are probably amongst the most skillful kind of innovative urban repair that I've seen since I've been commissioner here. I mean, it feels more like, you know, kind of urban acupuncture, almost the opposite of a mega project, because they basically are using the streets that exist. They're building, the transit is already built, and much of the public realm is already there. And so, you know, it's great to just see, you know, the grid being respected, the transit being taken advantage of, the public realm being extended. And so that's why we're saying this is going to be the walkability of this area is going to be greatly enhanced. And then I think the other part, which is worth noting, is the tall buildings. I think that the orchestration of those four tall buildings with the kind of varying heights seem incredibly intentional. And they seem like they're almost being mindful of their role of creating a kind of memorable city skyline. Very challenging to do with all of these diagonally dissecting streets to come up with such a purposeful cityscape. So I hope that this is not just a one-off, but that other developers will be looking at how you find large projects within existing places that don't annihilate the existing character of the place, but really enhance it. Everything from the railroad trestle, which is now hopefully going to be a tool to create a memorable public place, to the renovation of the Salvation Army. You know, this seems as much about place keeping as creating a new place. So again, my compliments to the team. Also, quite frankly, compliments to my own team at DPD, who has been all over this. And as a result, I think we have a pretty clear win for Chicago. So I'll stop there. I think I've made my feelings known. My compliments to the team and again to the aldermen for bringing a new place to Chicago.
Thank you, Commissioner. And definitely agreed with all the comments that were made on this item. I'm not seeing any more hands raised. So I think I'll go ahead and start with the first motion. And just a reminder, this is going to be 2 items and we're going to vote separately. So the first item, do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by SA East Owner LLC for the property generally located at 500 through 520 North Des Plaines Street and 509 North Union Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So Brumfield.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Brumfield, second by
Commissioner
Cox. Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. And I have a recusal for Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza? Not sure if he's- Thank you.
Yes.
You're still
Yes,
here.
ma'am.
Commissioner Lyons is a recusal. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tillman,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tunney. He may have stepped away. And Commissioner Wagensbeck,
Yes.
thank you. Motion passes. And that first item number D5. Now we will do a roll call vote on item D6. So second
Okay.
item,
Chairwoman, sorry, we need a second
Yes.
motion too. We're gonna need a second motion.
yes. So do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by MH Building LLC for the property generally located at 708 through 732 West Hubbard, 456 through 475 North Milwaukee, 461 through 483 North Milwaukee, 448 through 470 North Union, and 449 through 467 North Union, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
Move to pass, Chairwoman.
Was that Commissioner Wagensbeck?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do I
Second,
have a second?
Second Piñeiro. Yeah.
Okay, second by Piñeiro. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Brumfield,
Yes.
thank you. I have a recusal from Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Escareño,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Lyons,
So recusal again, Chairwoman.
and that one too. Okay, so recusal for that. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tillman,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Wagensbeck,
Yes.
thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we're a little over halfway in our agenda, so bear with us. Next item is item D7. This is a proposed amendment to institutional plan development number 1103 submitted by Chicago Jesuit Academy for the property generally located at 5058 West Jackson Boulevard. The applicant proposes to expand the Chicago Jesuit Academy campus for a 15-car parking stall addition to the sub-area B parking lot, generally located at 5091 through 99 West Jackson Boulevard. This results in an overall expansion of the boundary of the PD by a total of 3,720 square feet. And this is in the 28th Ward. Ernest Bellamy will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Flores and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Ernest Bellamy with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, as just described by the Chairwoman, covers the amendment for an institutional plan development across the sites listed. 5050 through 98 and 5091 through 99 West Jackson Boulevard, 235 through 313 South Leamington Avenue, and 5043 through 5099 West Quincy Street. The subject site is located within the 28th Ward in the Austin community area. Also on today's meeting are the applicant team consisting of Chicago Jesuit Academy, their attorney from Acosta Esger, and their architect from Solomon Cordwell Benz. As a snapshot of the area of which the proposed PD is located, the Austin demographics break down as follows. To be concise, I will forego its reading. The subject site of the plan development is shown here in red boundary, serving primarily as a PD boundary amendment. The area shaded in light red, roughly 5091 West Jackson Boulevard, towards the rear towards the bottom portion of the screen is the parcel this PD amendment seeks to add. An overall expansion of the boundary of the PD by a total of 3,720 square feet, which will result in an overall net site area of the PD of 165,215 square feet. The plan development aligns with the educational and public safety strategies outlined in the Austin Coming Together Quality of Life Plan. Current zoning for the subject site of the PD is as follows. The PD is surrounded by a mix of RS3 and RT4 zoning. Specifics of the PD zoning are that the total FAR is 1.4. Gross site area, again, being 165,215 square feet. In completion of the existing, in complement of the existing PD's context, the additions to the PD will be unified under the PD's zoning criteria. The following are current context photos of the subject site of the proposed plan development. Looking at the, number one, looking at the northeast corner of the site expansion from the location of Christ the King campus. Number two, looking southeasterly at the site from the intersection of Leamington and Jackson. Number three, looking at the southwest corner of the site expansion site. And number four, looking at the site expansion site from the alleyway just to the south of the overall PD. Additional site context as shown here in a 3D aerial showing the existing site from the southeast looking northwest. Shaded is the location of a proposed addition to the PD for an expanded parking lot. Lastly, for a closer site context, this image is looking southeast across the southernmost portion of the overall PD. Shaded in red is the target site to be incorporated into the PD. From here, I will hand over the presentation to Michael Esger of Acosta Esger to go over the overall process for the project.
Thank you, Ernest, and members of the commission. Michael Esger on behalf of the applicant, Chicago Jesuit Academy. And for those of you that don't know, Chicago Jesuit Academy is a full scholarship lower and middle school for children from modest economic backgrounds who could not otherwise access well-resourced college preparatory education. And traditionally, CGA in the community had served young men from the area, and they were desirous of expanding that service to include the young women from the community as well. And last year, we were before you and received approval to expand the campus to allow for this expanded use and expanded service. We went through a robust community process at that time with Alderman Irvin in the 28th Ward and had a series of discussions with the community. CJA has been in the community for a long time and has a good relationship with neighbors. And so they had a productive process then. We went through that. Some of the thoughts that were consistent with today were that they appreciated the fact that we were having parking lots that were nicely landscaped to accommodate the accessory parking. And although one of the lots that we originally intended to include for parking was not able to be included at that time, CJA has since acquired it, and we're now back before you to amend a modest amendment to add, as Ernest said, 15 parking spaces for a total of 40 on the south side of Jackson. And we went back through the process and received very positive feedback. With that, I will turn over the next slide to Jody Buell at SCB.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, commissioners. So what you'll see here is a plan located showing you the location of the existing approved parking lot at the corner, southeast corner of Jackson and Leamington. If we go to the next slide, you'll see the expansion of that for the additional lot that's been discussed previously. So we'll go on to the next slide, which will get an enlarged. So this was the enlarged site plan of the approved prior PD parking lot. So with the smaller footprint, it was 25 spaces. If we go to the next page, you'll see the increase here of our additional 15 parking spaces in that lot at the corner of Leamington and Jackson. If we go on to the next. So what this slide is speaking to is the this expanded parking lot. So what we have in terms of the pedestrian realm, you'll see here shown in the dashed blue lines is really the pedestrian traffic on the site. And it matches the previously approved route. There are really no significant changes in the approach. We still have an accessible crosswalk at the intersection as well as a mid-block crosswalk, and those were as part of the prior approvals. So really the major impact is this increasing of the parking lot size. And if we go to the next slide, here we'll see that really the only change to this parking lot is the interior and exterior egress from the lot. So that's shown there with the little red arrows. The previous approved lot had just a single in and out. It was a smaller lot with less parking spaces. Here we've worked with CDOT to minimize the width of these exits, to designate that the southern drive is exit only and the northern drive is, the southern drive is entry only and the northern is exit only. And we're providing signage to make sure that the maximize pedestrian safety in the area. So from here, I will pass it on back to Michael to speak to the sustainability approach.
Thank you, Jody. And so, yes, the whole project as a whole, of course, complies with sustainability, and the parking lot itself as well. We reviewed with the stormwater and with MOPD and with the CDOT and fire and including making sure that the matrix was complied with. On the next slide, we have our strategy for MBWB. Of course, we always work with Alderman Irvin and trying to incorporate and hire locally. CJA has been working with Walsh on phase 1 of the project, and they have been able to actually exceed the requirements or the certainly the goals of the strategy, and including hiring some of their alumni who were able to actually work on the project. So that is a positive thing that CJA is really focused on. I think with that, I'll turn it back over to Ernest to complete the presentation.
Thank you, Michael. For the record again, Ernest Bellamy with DPD. In conclusion, the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed amendment to the plan development would be appropriate for the following. The proposed plan development encourages unified planning and development, promotes economic beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhoods, promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, encourages accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns, as well as encourages shared parking. All sides and areas of the approved building are visible, as well as the parking lot that are visible to the public are treated with materials, finishes, and architectural details that are of high quality and appropriate and appropriate for use on primary public right-of-ways. Alderman Irvin has supplied a letter of support, but he's also here as well to author his support. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend the institutional plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such.
Thank you, Ernest. Do the commissioners have any questions of Ernest or the applicant? Okay. You mentioned Alderman Urban is here to make a statement of support.
How you doing? Yeah, I have no objection to the addition of this one parcel into the plan development. I think it actually enhances what we're trying to do in the area and would ask for the commission's favorable consideration.
Thank you, Alderman. So if there's no additional comments, we'll go on to get a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to institutional plan development number 1103 submitted by Chicago Jesuit Academy for the property generally located at 5058 West Jackson Boulevard, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
This is Garza. I'll make the motion, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Garza. Do I have a second motion?
Escareno, second.
Thank you, Commissioner Scareño. I will now go on to the roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnfield?
Yes.
Thank you.
But the pot that's available from FEMA to all the states.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. And I think that's it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're on to item D8 on the agenda. This is a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 548 Development LLC for the property generally located at 3831 West Chicago Avenue in the Humboldt Park neighborhood of Chicago. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from a C1-1 neighborhood commercial district to B3-2 community shopping district, then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 4-story, approximately 58-foot tall building with 60 residential units, 7,734 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 48 parking spaces. And this is in the 37th Ward. Ernest Bellamy will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon. Thank you again, Chairwoman Flores.
Ernest, and I think we only see half of your presentation. We're still seeing, I think, your email or your notes.
We have the presenter view with your notes.
Thank you
There
for
you
that.
go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Flores. Again, for the record, my name is Ernest Bellamy with the Department of Planning and Development. The application, as just described by the chairwoman, covers the creation of a residential business plan development across the sites generally located at 3831 West Chicago Avenue. The subject site is located within the 37th Ward in the Humboldt Park community area. Also on today's meeting are the applicant team, consisting of 548 Development LLC, their attorney from Neal and Leroy, and their architect Lamar Johnson Collaborative. As a snapshot of the area of which the proposed PD is located, the Humboldt Park demographics break down as follows. To be concise, I will forego its reading. For the current zoning, the subject site of the PD is surrounded by a mix of C11 and B31 and B32, as well as RM5 zoning. Specifics of the PD zoning are that the current zoning of the site will go from C11 to B32 before being unified in a residential business plan development. Max height being 58 feet, FAR of 2.2, and gross site area of 69,982 square feet. The subject site of the plan development is shown here in the red boundary. It measures roughly 41,638 square feet in net site area. In addition, are current context photos of the subject site of the proposed plan development. A being looking east along West Chicago Avenue at the site's northwest corner. B looking westerly along North Avers Avenue at the site's southeast corner. And C looking easterly along North Springfield at the site's southwest corner. In terms of regional context, the plan development aligns with the economic development, housing, and local job creation goals outlined in the Humboldt Park Staking Our Claim Quality of Life Plan, as well as the resident-supported development goals that were part of the early grounding work of the community engagement meetings for the Invest Southwest Humboldt Park Chicago Avenue Corridor RFP. For site transit context, the plant development falls under the classification of being a transit served location, eligible development, being located along the Chicago Avenue TSL corridor, which is serviced by the number 66 Chicago Avenue CTA bus route. Additionally, this site is located approximately 660 feet due east from the number 53 Pulaski Road CTA bus route. The applicant is proposing to rezone a rezoning of a development on approximately 0.95 acres of land as seen here. The site is bounded by North Avers Avenue, North Springfield Avenue, a line 210.6 feet south of and parallel of West Chicago Avenue, a line 122 feet south of and parallel of West Chicago Avenue, and a line 120.25 feet east of and parallel to West Chicago Avenue. From here, I will hand over the presentation to Carol Stubblefield of Neal and Leroy to go over the process for the project.
Great, thank you, Ernest. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Flores and members of the commission. Again, Carol Stubblefield with Neal and Leroy, offices at 20 South Clark, here on behalf of the applicant. As Ernest mentioned, this matter does request rezoning of the property to a residential plan development for the purpose of constructing this mixed-use development with 60 residential units, ground floor commercial space, and 30 parking spaces. The project, or rather the property, is owned in part by the city of Chicago and in part by the applicant. The applicant will acquire the city-owned land through a negotiated sale application and redevelopment agreement. This project will be financed with a combination of low-income housing tax credits, tax increment financing, and other forms of financial assistance, including a cash payment in lieu from PD 1438, which is the Lincoln Yards development. And so as a low-income housing tax credit project, it will be subject to those requirements as opposed to the affordable requirements ordinance of the city of Chicago. This project will be 80% affordable units. So of the 60 units that this project is contemplating, 42 will be leased at 60% of AMI or below. 6 units will be leased at 30% AMI or below, and then 12 units will be market rate. This project has complied with all the notice requirements and obtained all of the necessary approvals from the Department of Transportation, Bureau of Fire, Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, Stormwater Management. It will comply with the city's sustainability policy to obtain those 100 points pursuant to their matrix, and will also comply with the city's goals for minority and women-owned business hiring participation. This project has gone through a very thorough and collaborative process, the design review process, and the design that you will see today does reflect that collaborative process with DPD and the community. The project has a full support of the community and the aldermen. I think I'd like to now turn it over to AJ Patton, the managing member of the applicant, to talk a little bit about the project and the vision and, you know, his start and where we are today on this project. AJ?
Yeah, thanks, Carol. I'll be really brief so we can start talking about the design of the project. I think there's 2 things that are really clear about this project. One, it is very much inspired and led by the Invest Southwest process. It's really clear that the city's been intentional about investing very institutional grade dollars all throughout the Chicago Avenue corridor. And then the intersection of both Invest Southwest going through Chicago Avenue. And then second, the other thing that inspired us was frankly the alderman. Alderman Mitz has been really clear about wanting significant investments that are inclusive and sustainable. And we were able to check those boxes and garner her support and the larger community support. And so that really inspired us to jump into this, to really kind of work on this development. And then we did a national competition for design. And the Lamar Johnson Collaborative won that design competition. We're really proud of their work and looking forward to everyone getting a chance to see what they have outlined. And so this is the project timeline, and we're really excited about moving forward.
Thanks, AJ. I think we'll now turn it over to our architectural team from Lamar Johnson Collaborative to go through the project slides and the design. Leslie or
Great,
Kristen?
thanks, Carol. Ernest, would you mind going ahead and just fast forwarding to slide 15, please? Yep, that's it. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Leslie Roth. I'm a principal with the Lamar Johnson Collaborative. Now I'll walk you through the urban design and architectural features of the building. The building, as stated, is located on Chicago Avenue between Springfield and Avers in the West Humboldt Park neighborhood in Chicago. The building is 75,180 gross square feet and is sited adjacent to two and 3-story buildings. The building steps back along Chicago Avenue to reveal resident access terraces at the 2nd and 3rd levels along Chicago Avenue. A large public plaza and community gathering space is located along the west side of the building, carving out the 1st floor for a double height space and allowing for a neighborhood facing beacon along that side of the building. Next slide, please. The West Plaza is a double height space that integrates the building address and art reflective of the community culture and history. It also incorporates seating and other community programming elements. A residential entry off of Avers is located towards the south side of the building. Currently, CDOT is working with a consultant to redesign the road right-of-way, making it more pedestrian friendly and incorporating multimodal functionality. The subject building is unique in its facade definition. Recessed window openings contribute to the building's energy efficiency and allow for unique materials and color to be incorporated into the design. Next slide, please. This view of the Avers Avenue residential entry on the east side of the building. The entry is protected from traffic and provides privacy from the main street to give residents a sense of ownership and safety. Looking at the way potentially a lay-by lane or a CDOT is working with their consultant on the development of the streetscape improvement on Chicago Avenue, there will be protected loading for residential pickup and drop off in a safe way without blocking traffic moving southbound on Avers, which is a one-way street. Lighting and unique landscape design creates a strong sense of entry from Chicago Avenue with building branded elements and a large overhang. Next slide, please. Parking, loading, and rear access to the building is available on its south side. This view of the residential entry looking east from the parking lot. The wide walkways, landscaping, lighting, and overhang identify the entry. Residents enter the building into the main lobby of the building. Next slide, please. This view illustrates the west elevation of the building from Springfield Avenue, looking across the public plaza and gathering space. A sense of entry is created with unique landscape elements and gives residents an intentional and dignified arrival at their front door. Next slide, please. This view is looking from the parking lot on the south side of the building towards the residential and grocery store entries. Residents are also able to access vertical circulation from the parking lot without going through the residential lobby. The walkways in this area have been widened to accommodate a diversity of users accessing the building from the parking lot. Next slide, please. A sensitive approach has been given to the open space and landscape design of the site as a whole. In this image, notable elements include a large west-facing plaza, as I've mentioned, flexible parking and programming south across the alley from the main building, and enhanced streetscaping on the east side of the building. Uniform landscape elements, paving, seating elements, and children's play area are programmed functions that create vibrant and activated public space. On the right side of the slide, landscape plans for the upper terraces are shown. These semi-private spaces for resident-only use incorporate seating and planted areas. Next slide, please. The illustrative site plan shows enhanced landscaping in areas around the building. The Chicago Avenue streetscape is currently being designed by CDOT and its selected consultant. In this image, the parking lot south of the building is being shown programmed as a festival space. Unique paving patterns and intentional use areas in the West Plaza separate the West residential entry from more public use spaces. Cafe seating for the grocery store lines Chicago Avenue as well. Next slide, please. This view is taken from Chicago Avenue and shows the pedestrian context of the West Plaza. Built-in seating as well as flexible space for cafe seating is provided. The building columns help create outdoor rooms on the plaza and support a variety of programming. The covered entries to the grocery and residences protect users from the weather and create a transition from the public way to specific areas of the building. Next slide, please. This is a view looking west from inside of the grocery store space on the first floor of the building. As you can see, there are a variety of seating options that encourage interaction. Mobility and accessibility have been considered in the design of these spaces to ensure all ages and ability levels are accommodated. Next slide, please. This view looking south along Springfield toward Chicago Avenue. Bike racks are located conveniently next to the residential entry. A children's play zone is located adjacent to the residential entry, as well as to ensure clear sight lines for those supervising play. Consideration has been given to planting types to ensure defensible space strategies are integrated and hiding spaces are minimized. Next slide, please. Now we'll move on to the interior of the building, starting with the shared common spaces and residential corridor design elements. This slide illustrates the experience and proposed amenities for the residential components of the building. The upper right render illustrates a typical residential, upper left. upper left image, illustrates a typical residential corridor adjacent to one of the upper level terraces. The corridor opens up to communicate the terrace area and provides additional amenity space for residents. Next slide, please. Additional precedent images are shown on this slide to illustrate the general look and feel of the residential corridors. Important to the design is differentiation along the corridor to support wayfinding and enhance the resident experience. The upper left render shows how each unit entry will have defining characteristics, color, ceiling, and floor treatments that break up the corridor length and create interest and texture in the residential experience. Next slide, please. The upper residential floor terraces on the north side of the building along Chicago Avenue include built-in seating options and seasonal plantings. Safety and comfort have been considered in their design, including dense planted buffers along railings. As important to the energy efficiency goals of the building is resident access to outside. These unique places of repose allow residents a private outdoor space above a busy street. As a core tenet of the green enterprise communities, healthy, efficient, and green affordable homes are key to advancing racial equity. Increased ventilation and a focus on health and wellness are integrated into the building. Next slide, please. This is a plan view of the same upper level terrace. Paving systems and plant selection was intentional and coordinates with the West Plaza design elements. Next slide, please. This is another view of the West Plaza. A variety of sustainable landscape elements and planting types are included in the plaza's design, including bioswales and native species. The plaza has 3 zones to differentiate function and use. The 3 zones are a flexible plaza at the commercial entry, residential entry plaza, and community area. Next slide, please. We'll move quickly through the detailed design drawings. The dimension site plan shows 14 residential parking spaces, including 1 ADA space as required. There are 16 commercial spaces with an additional ADA space. This is a total of 30 parking spaces within the PD boundary. EV parking spaces and their infrastructure are in the process of being planned for at a minimum 1 space. The parking lot will be permeable pavers at parking spaces and concrete at the alleys and drive lanes. Next slide, please. Here's the ground floor plan, which shows the grocery store on the north side of the building. Service and resident amenity spaces are distributed on the south wings of the building on the east and west sides and include a community room, lobbies, mailroom, and fitness area, as well as access to vertical circulation. Next slide, please. This is another view of the first floor plan. All utility and service spaces are located along the southern perimeter of the building. The grocery and residences have a rear entry from the parking lot as well. Next slide, please. The second floor plan has a total of 20 units. Next slide, please. The third floor plan has a total of 20 units and includes a common area leading to the residential terrace. Next slide, please. The fourth floor plan has a total of 20 units and includes a common area and resident terrace as well. Next slide, please. The roof plan includes solar PV panels that will offset energy usage in the building. Rooftop mechanical and the mechanical penthouse are also located on the roof. Next slide, please. Elevations of the building illustrate approximately 30% glazed area to meet Green Enterprise Community Plus and FIAS requirements for energy efficiency. Next slide, please. Additional elevations show the building is under the maximum height requested in the PD, including the mechanical mezzanine. The height of the building to the roof structure is 58 feet. The maximum allowed in the requested zoning classification is 60 feet. Next slide, please. This is a longitudinal section cut through the building. Next slide, please. This is a section cut through the east wing of the building. Next slide, please. The wall section of the building shows depth of the window well, as well as the construction of the building. This section illustrates a variety of energy efficiency measures incorporated into the envelope. Next slide, please. The facade of the building is high performing to meet criteria for FIAS Passive House building standards. The enclosure is made up primarily of brick. The window wells create movement across the facade by being either recessed or extended from the brick face. EIFS panel and painted metal frames differentiate the windows from the brick. A triple pane window system is proposed. Other sustainable features of the building include an ERV to improve indoor air quality, thickened insulative wall assembly to reduce resident energy costs, and reduce window to wall value. Next slide, please. We've begun to investigate a variety of coordinating materials for the building. These materials include brick as shown to catch patterns of light and provide movement and elegance. To provide a sturdy but bright base to the utility areas of the building, a light-colored CMU block system will be at the pedestrian level. Portions of the building will have light-colored wood on the interior with vertical and horizontal exterior wood look finishes to bring warmth. Metal cladding will define the parapet and define the separation of retail areas from residential areas. The window bays are shown in a light-colored, lightweight, but insulating EIFS material with texture to capture the changing light conditions as the sun moves through the angled window apertures. A red color has been selected to punctuate areas of entry, window bays, and signage. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time. We're excited about creating a new space and place in West Humboldt Park.
Thank you, Leslie. For the record again, Ernest Bellamy with BPD. In conclusion, the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed plan development would be appropriate for the following. The proposed plan development encourages unified planning and development. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The design responds to the most up-to-date sustainable and good urban design practices, including but not limited to energy efficiency and effective landscape. It promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns, as well as encourages shared parking. It strengthens the street by filling in gaps between buildings that interrupt the consistency of the buildings fronting the street, and all sides and areas of the buildings that are visible to the public are to be treated with materials, finishes, and architectural details that are of high quality and appropriate for use on primary public right-of-way facing facade. Alderman Mitz is supportive of the project and is here in support. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such.
Thank you, Ernest. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Not seeing any. And I believe Alderman Mitz is here to make a statement.
Yes, I am, and glad to be here. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to express my support for the project. I am excited. I really appreciate AJ Patton and the design team, as well as the Department of Planning. It's been a process along with Invest Southwest. We have held community meetings, planning meetings, and I am looking at to take out old and put in new. And as you can see, this beautiful project that we're visioning going there, it definitely don't look like that today. So it's a great investment, and I'm asking the support of the Plan Commission to look favorable on supporting this project. I want to thank the DPD staff for working along with us as well.
Thank you, Alderwoman Mitz. I'm not sure if you were done with your statement, but it seems like we lost the audio. Commissioner Soto, would you like to make a comment?
I just had a
And
question.
we prepare it to
Oh,
you
we
and
got,
ask that you support.
okay. Alderwoman Mitz, I think we lost some of that at the end.
Okay,
Would you like to add to it?
only my support for the project and ask that the plan commission look favorable on supporting the project as well for 37th Ward residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Soto?
I had a question in terms of the EFS. I believe that that's a material that's usually discouraged to be used. Are you looking into other alternatives other than EFS?
Answer to that. If I'm coming through.
Leslie or our
Yeah,
architect
sorry,
team?
our project manager is just unmuting.
Okay.
Louis, just in the interest of time, would you like to go ahead and take that?
Sure. We began the process at looking at other materials, namely precast, but we found that we needed to address a couple of things with this cladding, primarily the very high insulation requirements. And though EFS isn't usually thought of as, necessarily the starting point with cladding, it's insulated requirements and it's lightweight. These properties, the insulation, the lightweight, the cost, all of these made it more and more appropriate for this particular approach. Also, there is a coating that we're investigating that gives the EFS a very resistant, kind of like a leaf quality to shed dirt and water, because that was one of our first questions. How will you maintain this and keep it looking clean? And so we've been investigating this coating, which is also applied on top of the EFS to help shed dirt, rain, and water. So it actually started out as something that we wondered about and became more and more appropriate given the technical requirements of the job.
So the reason why I bring that up is that there is historical, precedence that it has failed in several occasions, and the application is extremely important. So whoever ends up being, the general contractor or applying this would have to be specialized, especially in residential developments, because we don't want mold or anything else to be an issue in the future, or the high maintenance cost of repairing it. So just wanted to comment there.
Correct, and in this application, it would not be a rain screen system.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I want to commend my colleague Alderman Mitz. It's a great project. I'd like to thank the mayor and the Invest Southwest Planning Department whole crew. I think this is wonderful. I'm happy that money from the Fulton Market is going to benefit the far west side from that Kinsey TIF. I think this is great. The affordable housing in the area is great. It's great to have a developer, an African-American developer, and a whole African-American team. So we're very excited about this. Over in the neighborhood, it's right across the street from my ward. It's in our community, and we all support it. And I ask for the committee to support it also. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also like to make a comment about the sustainability goals. It's really nice to see that you're going above and beyond with the passive house certification. So happy to see that pursuit. I also want to say that we're familiar with this RFP, and also our office worked on one adjacent to it. I don't know if it ended up changing sites, but I see some resemblance to what we had put together. So I'll be recusing myself from this one, just to be safe. Are there any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Cox, followed by Commissioner Tunney.
Yes, well, there are a lot of very positive things to say, which I would like to contribute, but I also will underscore that ethos is actually not allowed on these type of developments. So, you know, I just feel like we should have on the record that that particular aspect of the exterior envelope will have to change. The last thing we want is the building's character to be eroded, you know, 10, 15 years from now, because that material is really not deemed appropriate. And so we have a history of how it ages, and it does not age well. So there is a reason why it's not allowed. So I think I was maybe more attentive when I understood that it was a precast. And so I'm actually a little surprised to hear about that material change here. So that's on the record. Assuming that we will correct that, I think we really need to applaud the team for a truly handsome urban intervention that significantly increases the public realm. I think the covered plazas are going to be a really unique and vibrant space for both the residents and the kind of cafe life that might emerge because of the ground floor tenants you see. We're also really, really pleased to see the sustainability goals. It's a signature of 548, and I would just encourage them to continue to wear that banner. It's very welcome all throughout the city, but it's particularly welcome in communities that are not accustomed to receiving this type of added agenda. You know, it's what can we say? I mean, there's nothing like this has ever really happened for Humboldt Park before, relative to taking a full block and placing a signature piece of architecture on that block with an anchor grocery. So, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that people maybe in the north part of town have become accustomed to, but for the west side, this is a whole new day. And so I think that is in large part due to the aspirations of the developer and the quality of the design team that he is working with, Lamar Johnson Collaborative. And then again, you know, Alderman Burnett, who so supports affordable housing that even when the project isn't in his ward, he's found a way to use the resources that have come from the Fulton Market Innovation District to advance affordability in his neighboring aldermanic ward, Alderman Mitz. You've heard from Alderman Mitz. She is a force, and the transformation of Chicago Avenue is largely going to be her legacy. So again, I'm just really excited that we're at the moment where we're looking at projects like this, and they are increasingly commonplace on the south and west side. So again, my congratulations to the team. We'll address the kind of material issue, but I didn't want that to take away from the significant accomplishment that you've achieved if this passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tunney?
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I'll be the third person to talk about EFS in not a positive way. So I'm not going to belabor the point. What I am a little concerned with is the commercial space and is there an identified grocer? Because grocers generally need more than 7,000 square feet. So what is it planned for? Do we have an identified grocer? Do we know what's happening on the retail level? It's 7,000 something square feet.
Yes, Commissioner Tunney, this is AJ Patton, founder of 548 Development. Yes, Beminda Grocery and Coffee will be the anchor tenant. They signed an LOI and we are going to have a public announcement about the signing of the lease on November 10th. And so, yes, that has already been taken care of, and they've already committed to the space. They're
Okay.
designing it and all that stuff. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them, Amanda. I'm sure the Alderwoman is. But, you know, when we look at grocery stores on the small end, they're like 15,000, you know. So that was my question, that if it's a full service grocer, and hopefully it is, rather than a convenience type of operation. So that was my second and final comment. It's obviously a handsome project and a great addition to West Humboldt Park. But those were my two constructive comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. Are there any additional comments from the commissioners? If not, then do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 548 Development LLC for the property generally located at 3831 West Chicago Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Chairwoman, it's Noah. Can I interrupt? I think it would be good if we hear from AJ and just make sure he heard our comment about the material before the plan commissioners are put in a position to vote on a project that has wrong material listed on the site.
Yes, I heard the feedback loud and clear. We'll be addressing it. It'll be the next conversation after this.
Yeah, and just,
thank you.
This is Leslie. Just to clarify, it is DEFIS, so it's non-insulated and drains, if that makes any difference at all on the record.
No.
Okay.
Still off. Thank you.
Commissioner Tunney?
Speaking of windows, are those windows operable or not? Are they able to be opened?
Yes, the windows are operable.
Okay. I think that's important. Thank you.
Commissioner Lyons?
Thank you, and thank you all for all the hard work clearly that's gone into this, and it's good to see. I think we've heard of this project when we were thinking about Lincoln Yards, so it's exciting to see this. Just a question on if you could speak to the number of permanent jobs that you expect. I'm sorry if I missed it, to be created, and what the community can expect for the quality of those jobs. If there's any community partnerships that you're working on.
That's you, AJ.
Yep. Sorry. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. So no, and that's the other reason why we picked this particular grocery partner, is that they're going to roll out an engagement process in Q1 to do all local hiring in the ward, and we're going to tie that through the alderman's office. And so I'm losing the number here in terms of what the final number is in terms of final. So maybe you can help me out with that, Carol. But yes, that's all that's going to be tied to the community.
Yeah, I don't know that we have like total numbers right now for the project construction and then full-time jobs that will come from the project once it's constructed. Obviously, you know, committing to our 26 and 6 and 50% hiring goals for City of Chicago residents. I think we have a full understanding right now of our full-time and then temporary construction jobs just yet.
Commissioner Lyons, did that answer your question?
I kind of. I appreciate the response, and I would just encourage us to think sort of about those jobs. Those are going to be an important part of these projects like this, is the sort of the permanent jobs that are going to be created, and would love to see some more details in the future about and part of presentations in the future. Thanks.
Commissioner Burnfield?
Just quickly, question for AJ and Leslie. We all know that design continues to evolve even once it gets past planning commission. Were you or did you have anyone selected from the local community for the public art? Is one question. And also building on public art, I was just wondering if there was an opportunity to kind of carry that artwork at least to the ceiling of the outdoor space. Just seems like a great opportunity to really kind of bring additional, creative life to the building.
No, we have not finalized who we're going to work with on that. That's also going to be a part of the community engagement process, Commissioner. So no, that is a spot on point. And so as referring back to the previous commissioner's question, we're going to roll out kind of phase 2 of this will be the community engagement process in terms of contracting, hiring, and then also this design variable as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any more comments or hands raised. So I'll go back and request a motion again on the item, just so we're clear. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 548 Development LLC for the property generally located at 3831 West Chicago Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved,
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Biaggi. Do I have a second?
Second, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. Roll call vote. So Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yeah, so I think.
Sorry, Chairwoman, she had to step out.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Flores is a recusal for this. Commissioner Garza?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. And I believe that's it for votes. Motion passes.
Commissioner Tunney, I think, is still here.
Yes, Commissioner Tunney, sorry.
Thanks. Thank you. Mhm.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
everyone.
Thank you.
Motion- Thank you. So we're on the last voting item on the agenda, and then we have 2 more informational presentations. Did everybody catch that? So we have 1 more item that we need to vote on, and then we have 2 informational presentations, just to keep track of time. Okay. The next item on the agenda is item D9, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by 1045-47 North Rush LLC for the property generally located at 1045-47 North Rush Street. The site is currently zoned DX7 and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant proposes to construct a 7-story structure with retail, restaurant space, 1 dwelling unit with rooftop amenity space, 2 vehicular parking spaces, and 1 loading berth. This is in the 42nd Ward, and Fernando Espinosa will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. For the record, Fernando Espinosa, City Planner with DPD. With me today are members of the development team who will be available to answer questions after the presentation. The site is located in here in North Side community area between State Street to Lakefront. The community area is comprised of approximately 105,481 individuals with a median age of 34.7. It is located within the private use zone of the Chicago Lakefront Protection District. Project is located at 1045-47 North Rush Street, near the convergence of State Street and Rush Street, and between Cedar Street and Bellevue Place. The site is located inland from Oak Street Beach and other lakefront parks Property currently zoned DX7. Has a current FAR ratio of 7.0. But the project you will see here today will be a 5.4 FAR. The site is surrounded primarily by DX7 districts, DR7 districts, planned developments, and a POS site just west across the street, commonly known as Mariano Park. The site is served by several public transit stops with bus routes on both State Street and Division Street, as well as the CTA Redland Station and Clark Division, approximately 1,500 feet away. The site is surrounded by other luxury retailers, low-rise commercial and restaurant services, and high-rise residential. Since mid-2020, this block of Rush Street closes to vehicular traffic in the warmer months to allow for pedestrian and food service usage of the street. With that, I will turn the presentation over to the applicant's attorney, Katie Jakey Dale, who will provide further details of the proposal. Katie?
Thank you, Fernando. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Rich Clowder, we represent the applicant for this matter. I'm joined today by Dave Henney from the applicant and James Young from Booth Hanson, the project architect. As detailed on this slide, the proposal involves the construction of a new 7-story building with commercial or retail on the first 2 floors, a restaurant on floors 3 through 5, and a single residential unit above. Like Fernando mentioned, the project will have a 4.5 FAR. Next slide, please. The site, which is shown here, has been vacant since 2014, and I think we'd all agree is long overdue for an update. I'll now turn the presentation over to James Young from Booth Hanson to go through the project in more detail. James?
Thanks, Katie. Thank you, commissioners. As Katie indicated, our project shown on the left here is a color rendering of what our building would look like at its front doors facing Rush Street. For reference, to the right, 1043 North Rush Street, I believe, was proposed in your last session. So this is our building neighbor to the south. Next slide. And then paired with our rendering here is on the left, our front main facade of our building, primarily constructed of stone and glass. Next. And the same building image here without color to highlight some of the detail and material callouts. 7-story building with our 7th floor penthouse level kind of set back at the top of our building in the distance. You'll see that in plan later on. Next. And as you turn the corner facing south, what you see in the foreground here at the bottom in gray is our future neighbor, currently the Carmine site, approximately 30 feet in height, obscuring the sort of bottom of our building, and then rising above that building will be our predominantly, again, stone facade facing south with our sort of penthouse level slightly set back at the top. Next. And this is same image, but in color, just to give a little context and adding some people here for scale to remind everybody that how grand our floor to floors are and how we intend to set back the top level and creatively landscape it for our residential component. Next. And this is our color rendering to the right of our our rear facade, which faces east. There is, you'll see in a minute in plan, a private existing alley that gives us access to our loading and our 2 parking spaces at the bottom of each of these images. This facade will also continue that same primary stone cladding material. Next. And then facing north, at the base of this building, at the base of this drawing in gray is our retail neighbor at the corner of Cedar and Rush Street, currently Vans retailer. So above that would be our facade. Again, similar materials, kind of continuing the sort of banding of our stone from the front and mimicking a lot of the same material details at our openings. And then in the distance at the top, reduced penthouse level with our second level of our residence. Next. And that same image in color with a little life. Again, highlighting our material palette as it turns the corner. Next. And a 3D rendering at the corner that shows that exact turning of the corner. On the right, our main facade, that then turns the corner, those same materials. And this would be the image that you would have from a distance in that neighborhood. For context, to the right bottom of this image is the tip of Mariano Park. So that is the predominant view and focus of this building. Next. Our site plan, to the left of our image here is the 50-foot stretch of sidewalk that is the front door of our main facade on Rush Street. You can see we're about 30 or 40 feet from the corner of Cedar and Rush. And on the far right side of this image, you'll see that private alley with that existing curb cut that gains us service access to the ground floor of our rear of our building. Next. Then we'll run through the 7 levels of plans here. Our, again, west facade is to the left in all of these images. Rush Street entries provide access to retail space, that is our ground floor retail, and then also a second entry, bottom left-hand corner of this image, that gives access to an entry lobby that brings you to elevators that access all floors of our building. Next. Similarly, level 2 would be a dedicated retail tenant. And next 3 images here of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor, with the intention that this be a single tenant, potentially a restaurant, with on the left side of each of these 4th and 5th levels, carved out terraces that provide sort of outdoor access for these restaurant levels, and are all connected by passenger elevator and service elevator. And then our 6th floor and the next 7th floor is a single large residential unit, a duplex with carved out terraces on all sides. And then at the top level next, a setback sort of pavilion piece that allows for some private roof access to the west, to the north, and to our east. We have the potential to provide access and amplification for all of our mechanical systems. And our intention is to, that dashed line on the far right of this drawing shows how we intend to shield those, the view of those objects on a roof with a trellis for the benefit of our neighbors surrounding us to the east. Next. And again, that same street view on our right, and then pulling back ways from the west the left image shows what our building would look like fully activated with a restaurant starting above that main picture window, which would be our boutique ground floor retailer. Levels 2, 3, 4, and 5 are those restaurant levels with the potential to fully open up beyond for selective terrace locations. And then the top level here is that residential unit. And what you don't see beyond is the sort of peek out penthouse setback beyond the layer of green along the edge of our facade at our parapet. Next. And this is a hint of the material palette that you've seen in all of these images, predominantly limestone, granite detailing, and bronze metal surrounds at key areas close to the street. Next. And previously we provided some technical information for the way we intend to hang our stone cladding on this building. We are in tight site and an interesting site because we have two long side facades that are at our lot lines. So we've provided some material detail information that show how we might intend to clad that those sides of our building and be code compliant and achieve the image that we know the neighborhood expects. And I think I'll hand it back to you, Katie.
Great, thanks, James.
Thanks.
Again, for the record, Katie Jenke Dale from DLA Piper. The applicant has worked closely with Alderman Riley and the community on this project, which also required a rezoning of a portion of the site to the east or on the east edge in 2021 and a hearing before the ZBA last month. You should have a letter of support in the file from Alderman Riley. With that, I'll turn the presentation back over to DPD to review the lakefront protection policies and purposes, but we're available for any questions. And thank you for your time and consideration. Fernando?
Again, for the record, Fernando Espinoza. Since it's the lakefront, they have to comply with the lakefront protection, quarantine policies, and lakefront protection purposes. Having said that, DPD has determined that the application has met the minimum requirements for section 17.6 of the Chicago zoning code. Furthermore, DPD has found that the project is in compliance with the policies and purposes in section 16.4-100 of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lake Protection Ordinance. Please refer to my staff report for further details of this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of DPD and zoning administrator that this application be in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Lake Flood Protection Ordinance be approved. Thank you so much. This concludes our presentation. We are here to answer any questions the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant for this item? Commissioner
Madam
Cox?
Chair, I don't want to prolong this because we have, obviously our office has been looking at this project for a while, but a lot of the issues that we've been trying to address have to do with the fact that despite the rendering that shows the street elevation, the vast majority, and Fernando, if you can go to it, the vast majority of the people who will be coming and going are going to see this version. They're going to see the north elevation and the south elevation, which are party walls. So it's building to the zero lot line. And while the architect and developer have gone through some pains to wrap, the sides with the same material as the front, to insert windows where they're possible, I still don't understand the what happens when your neighbors want to build a building as tall as your building, right? Because I mean, that is possible 5, 10, 15 years from now. What happens to the windows that you are showing? And if those windows will have to be closed because they are at the zero lot line, well, why then couldn't there be more windows that would have to be closed in the future? I just want to make sure we have a little bit of discussion on this. This I know is a kind of consensus. It's the response of the developer and the architect to DPD's concerns, but I don't think people, at least we haven't talked about this whole question of having openings or any treatment on the zero lot line. So if we could spend a little bit of time explaining this so that personally I can get comfortable with it, because I mean, I walk by this several times a week. And so I know very much that we're going to be looking primarily at the broad side of this building.
Sure. James, do you want to take that one?
Yep, yeah, I can speak to that. Thank you. Again, what you're seeing here, the sort of broad side of our building is exactly one of those lot line, interior lot line situations that Commissioner is speaking to. I wanted to be a little bit more clear about how we're treating that side. So you can see at the top floor where we've created that notch, we do set back the form of the building to allow almost like a courtyard space for our residential light and vent to be satisfied. But it also does something in respect to the Chicago Code, which avoids glass on that actual facade and instead provides glass a certain distance from that facade that can be allowed by the code. So to that point, further to the right, towards the corner of our building, we have sets of 2 windows on levels 4, 5, and 6. If I wasn't clear, I maybe misspoke, but those openings are terrace openings. They're never actual glassed openings. And the concession that we're making here that we think will both be flexible in the future in the event that someone does build taller than us at the corner, but is also a benefit to our retail or restaurant tenants' success, is provide terraces behind those windows, or those openings rather, that could still be terraces were those openings to go away. So there's, with each of those terraces behind those pairs of openings, there's always access to the outside facing west. So they don't depend solely on the openings that you see on those long walls. And yeah, the plan, there you go. So top left-hand corner between our grid lines A and B show those small sort of peek out openings that are fully allowed by code and are certainly, if they went away or a building were to build taller next to us, we would still have a covered terrace for outdoor dining that would be viable and useful. So we try to be, if you go one more level, to be a little bit more creative, we created a terrace on of a little bit of a smaller size on that top left-hand corner on the top floor of our restaurant that mimics, if you go one more level up, that same idea for our residents. And that one is open to above as well. So we think that there's kind of a nice variety that kind of activates the light and form at that corner that could be flexible were our neighbors to change their designs and rebuild.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful. That's very helpful. I hope it works. Because obviously you could have gone a step further and used the same motif of your primary facade and simply wrap the corner in acknowledgement that it is a major facade. But I'm just crossing my fingers that we will we will not be looking at it as a side of the building, but also just acknowledging that it's a building that has multiple fronts.
We're encouraged that that would be the case since the Vans site is so small. It would be unlikely that it would build in a very tall way at the street corner. That's our hope.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Is Alderman Riley here or somebody from his staff to make a statement?
Chairwoman, he's not, but we do have a letter of support from him on file. Yes, and you heard that right, a letter of support from him on file.
Thank you, Noah. Are there any additional comments from the commissioners? If not, we'll go on to the motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by 1045-47 North Rush LLC for the property located at 1045-47 North Rush Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Commissioner Brumfield.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. We will roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? He may have stepped away. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
Is a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney? The time that I don't.
Sorry,
forget him.
no, he stepped away. That's my fault. I didn't.
Okay, thank
He
you.
stepped away. He has a proxy vote yes for this item.
Okay, got him. And I believe that was it for votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we go on the informational presentations. The first item is an information presentation on the Clark Street Crossroads Corridor Study. The study will provide a common community-driven framework for future land use, development, mobility, and public space for the Clark Street corridor from Montrose Avenue to Foster Avenue in Uptown. This corridor is located at a crossroads of multiple wards in neighborhoods with a diverse set of stakeholders, stakeholder perspectives and priorities. The study recommendations will reflect shared goals and provide clarity for neighbors, developers, and businesses on a future roadmap. The Department of Planning and Development will provide an overview with the study scope and planning process thus far. A draft report is being developed for public review in the coming weeks, and DPD plans to seek adoption from the Commission in January of 2023. Catherine Hurd will make this presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman and Commission. So I know this has been a long agenda. I'll make this short. My name is Catherine Hurd at the Department of Planning and Development. This is just an informational presentation on a corridor study that we've been working on and are going to continue working on. Wanted to give you a preview before we come back in a few months for adoption. So the study area for this is in the North Region. It is along Clark Street between Foster and Montrose Avenues. It is at the nexus of a bunch of different districts. So there's 3 overlapping neighborhoods here: Uptown, Andersonville, and Ravenswood. 4 different aldermanic wards touch it. So that's the 40th, 46th, 47th, and 48th. There are 3 special service areas, one historic district, and one TIF district. So all of these things come together in one location. And right now, Clark Street doesn't necessarily belong to any one of those particular things. That there's been a lot of development pressure and change that's happening around here and on Clark Street. And so this study was initiated in order to try to reconcile some of those questions that people had about what's the direction for Clark Street, you know, who's going to be leading this, what's our framework, what's our roadmap to move forward. There's been a lot more development pressure and change. The housing prices are going up, the demand for housing is higher, and yet this corridor sort of lacks an identity. So therefore, the project goals are to articulate a unified identity and long-term vision for the corridor, to identify appropriate private development uses, density, and urban design guidelines, and finally, to develop public realm improvements to express the unique corridor character and promote additional comfort and safety for pedestrians and cyclists. So the project scope covers 5 general areas: economic development, sustainability, future land use, public space, and mobility and transportation. So there's been analysis and engagement around all of these things, and there will be recommendations associated with these as well. Ultimately, there will be a final report that will include information on the existing conditions, a market analysis, land use, zoning, and development recommendations, public realm and circulation recommendations, urban design guidelines, 3 site development scenarios, and an implementation strategy. So that's in the works. So far, this all kicked off last year around this time with our discovery process. And so that was developing the engagement plan, starting the existing conditions and the market study, and a lot of different touch points with the many stakeholders here. In the spring, we had a conceptualization phase, which looked at how to turn some of those analysis and themes from our feedback into sort of the principles and the framework to move forward. And then just this past summer and fall have started to kind of synthesize that into something that will become our draft document. And then finally, right now, we are in that sort of refining those recommendations, finishing the document, and then hopefully adopting this study at the first part of 2023. So our project team is led by the Department of Planning and Development, but we have a consultant team as well that's led by SB Friedman, but there are several other firms that you'll see on here that are involved as well. And we have a steering committee that represents kind of the primary stakeholders along this corridor, which includes the aldermen, some of the chambers of commerce, the Black Ensemble Theater, which is a key stakeholder here as well, city departments like housing and transportation, several different block clubs and neighborhood associations as well, that all come from different perspectives. So a big portion of this process is really just getting to understand what everyone's perspectives are, because there are such diverse perspectives on this particular corridor, since it hasn't had sort of a belonging or an identity so far. So we've had quite a bit of outreach thus far. There's a website that had an interactive corridor map where people were able to put their thoughts on the corridor on an interactive map. We also have comments on our website. There's also an area where we ask people to upload soundtracks of Clark Street. So songs or sounds that they felt like represented Clark Street, to try to get to some of the more intangible aspects of this. We've had workshops, meetings, online survey, all that stuff. So that's been going on for quite a while. And so we're kind of taking in all that feedback as we're refining the recommendations and finalizing the document. So some of the key recommendations coming out of this, which again are still in draft form and are still being worked out, are, if you look at, these are 3 segments of the Clark Street corridor, A, B, and C, just zoomed in a little bit so you can actually sort of see them. And essentially there was an opportunity and constraints analysis for public realm opportunities. So identifying areas where there could be pedestrian improvements, intersection improvements, placemaking, that kind of thing. And then also identifying development opportunities and land use opportunities. And so where there are areas where there's a gap in the sidewalk, or where there should be a more prominent amount of development, or there's an area where there's more opportunity for infill, things like that. As a part of this process, there were 3 sites identified that are sort of sample sites that are similar to other sites in the corridor. So there were 3 different, so this is the 3 sites across the top here. So we looked at these 3 locations. They're sort of our prototype sites that there were several different scenarios developed that looked at how those sites might be developed and utilized and better activated. That this was discussed with the community and the steering committee. These are still being refined, but essentially we wanted to create these 3 prototype sites and show how the urban design guidelines and the rest of the recommendations could potentially shape the development of these sites. In the future. We don't control or own any of these sites. They're really just an example to demonstrate what it would look like to follow the recommendations of the study. So for our next step, we are finalizing the development and design guidelines. We're also finalizing the recommendations and implementation framework and drafting the study report. Coming up, we will have our final steering committee, which will happen this fall. And the point is that we would like to go over those specific recommendations and implementation framework with our steering committee, because they will be our partners in implementing this work. Then we want to share the recommendations and draft report with the public for feedback. We'd like to try to get that out in November, and then finalize the report based on that feedback, come back to you for adoption at the beginning of 2023, and share kind of the final recommendations that come from that with hopeful adoption at that point. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take those, but otherwise, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Catherine. I think Commissioner Cox has a comment or a question.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank Catherine for taking on this assignment, because I think, as we all know, all these corridors, these commercial corridors, which were the historic main streets of these neighborhoods, have a very place-based specific set of challenges. And in the north side, we've done a 5-mile corridor study for Western Avenue, or you could think of we were seeing today Chicago Avenue and 12 and West Southwest corridors, or most recently even the LaSalle corridor and the downtown loop. They all have really specific challenges that we, the planning department, is trying to meet them where they are. And that effort almost inevitably is a joint effort with CDOT, who's responsible for that public realm. So all of these corridors have a pretty aggressive kind of placemaking, public realm integration of multi-modes onto the street. And Clark is a particularly interesting one because it's a pretty tight street section. But out of this are going to come a set of recommendations that are going to require, funding, whether it's through the TIF or some other mechanism. So I think, Clark, these are often aldermanic priorities. Very often these corridors are bringing together 3, 4, and in this case, 5 different aldermen who all share a little piece of this. So it's been a pretty effective tool to get aldermen to work across ward lines. So I guess I look forward to seeing the results and then crossing my fingers that we can find the resources to not only just take advantage of some of the opportunity sites that are all privately owned, but also to fund that new public realm that is coming across very strongly in the set of recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Okay, and again, the item was informational only, and as such, there is no vote required. So we will move on to the next informational presentation. The second item is an information presentation on the Roseland, Community Medical District Master Plan. The plan sets forth the vision, physical framework, development strategy, and design guidelines for the planning, design, construction, and operation of a mixed-use campus focused on high-quality patient care, outpatient services, and related investment to address long-standing community needs. The Department of Planning and Development will provide an overview of the draft plan and the planning process. DPD intends to return to seek approval of the plan from the Chicago Plan Commission in November 2022. Michael, I don't know if I know how to say your last name, Michael, sorry.
That's okay. It's pronounced Penisnak.
Penisnak.
Yes.
You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the Plan Commission. My name is Michael Penisnak. On behalf of the Department of Planning and Development, I am here to share some information on the Roseland Community District Medical District Master Plan. DPD retained a team led by Adrian Smith, Gordon Gill, that included some technical expertise and community partners such as Far South CDC and the Greater Roseland Chamber. For some background, in 2011, the state created the Roseland Community Medical District as a special district to maintain surroundings for a medical district and related tech center to attract, stabilize, and retain healthcare uses within the district. Notably, their enabling legislation, once a master plan gets passed, they will have access to state dollars. This district is bound by South Stewart on the west, 110th to the north, Michigan to the east, and 112th to the south. There will be a map later in the presentation showing exactly where that is. And so Adrian Smith Gordon Gill did a variety of individual interviews with stakeholders, community meetings, and focus groups, both in the community and with various medical providers like Northwestern, Advocate, and so on. So, as I said, this is the map of where the Roseland Community Medical District is relative to the far south. You can see it's by the 111th Red Line Extension Station, our Invest Southwest Corridor, Gwendolyn Brooks Park, Pullman National Monument, and further west, you have the Halstead Corridor and the Major Taylor Trail. The master plan presents a land use framework with infill housing and housing rehabilitation in the existing residential areas, and institutional and commercial uses closer to the Invest Southwest Corridor centered on 111th Street. You will also notice one of our 3 RFP sites, the Gately store site, is also adjacent to the medical district. The center of this redevelopment, the team modeled a future outpatient center on underutilized land between South State and South Michigan. And this center is part of years 1 through 3 in their implementation steps that they presented, while years 4 through 6 are to build the kind of continuity and infrastructure not dissimilar to the Illinois Medical District on the west side. And so, as it was stated, the plan right now is to present this for consideration at November Plan Commission. So the full plan is online, and we are accepting public comment until Monday, November 7th. Those can be sent directly to my email. on the screen. The URL for the site is at the bottom of the slide. I encourage everyone to read the plan, but if there are any immediate questions, I'm more than happy to take them now.
Michael, I just want to, I'm going to offer a comment because I know this is going to be back before the Plan Commission in November. This is just thank you for your work and for the Far South team led by Erica Selke on getting this planning framework in place. It's pretty significant to have a medical district designated for the Far South side. We've been seeing the theme of public health and outpatient amenities in so many of our neighborhoods on the South and West side. It's great to see one that is going to bring that medical care to the Far South side. This plan in our adoption is a part of the requirements of the state to become a medical district, which has, as I think was mentioned, authorities similar to the Illinois Medical District. So I think in terms of leveraging the potential for development, because we plan, this is key. We could not do this if we didn't go through this process. And so I think the consultant team is a great Chicago-based firm. I think the quality of the exhibits are extremely high. I encourage the planning commissioners to go online and review it before we're asked potentially to adopt it in November. But again, we wanted to make space for the ongoing planning studies that the department is undertaking, because this is really the prerequisite to the kind of economic vitality that we're hoping to see in parts of the city that have been neglected in terms of really specific frameworks for development. So again, more to come on this, but it's excellent work led by the Far South team. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. And this was the last item on the agenda. Again, the item was informational only, and as such, there is no vote required. And this concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Nobody wants to leave.
Someone.
Garza, make the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Garza, do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Tillman.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi, I think you're still here. Maybe not. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? He stepped out. Commissioner Cox, I see you.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Garza?
Is a yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. And I think that is it for the group that's stayed till the end. Thank you for staying. Everybody have a good rest of the week. See you next month.
2:43 for the court
You as
report.
well.
2:43.
2:43. Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox.
Bye, everyone.